Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayana Goswami Maharaj Ki Jai, Srila Bhaktivedanta Vaman Goswami Maharaj Ki Jai, Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai, Srila Bhakti Pragyan Keshav Goswami Maharaj Ki Jai, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Prabhupada Ki Jai, Srila Kiśora Das Babaji Maharaj Ki Jai, Srila Satchit Ananda Bhaktivinoda Thakur Ki Jai, Srila Jagannath Das Babaji Maharaj Ki Jai, Srila Baladev Vidyabhushan Prabhu Ki Jai, Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur Ki Jai, Srila Narottam Srinivas Shamananda Prabhu Ki Jai, Srila Krishna Das Kaviraj Goswami Prabhu Ki Jai, Sri Rup Sanatan Bhatta Raghunath Sri Jeev Gopal Bhatt Das Raghunath Sad Goswami Prabhu Ki Jai, Sri Sarup Damodar Rai Ramananda Sri Gopal Shad Vrinda Ki Jai, Sri Haridas Thakur Ki Jai, Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadara Sri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai, Sri Navadvip Dham Ki Jai, Sri Braj Mandal Ki Jai, Sri Radhakund Shamakund Ganga Yamuni Bhakti Tulsi Bhakti Devi Ki Jai, Srila Vrinda Devi Ki Jai, Sri Purnamasi Yogamaya Ki Jai, Sri Gopeshwar Mahadev Ki Jai, Sri Jagannath Baladev Subhadra Ki Jai, Sri Kshetra Mandal Ki Jai, Sri Nrsimhadev Ki Jai, Sri Prahlad Maharaj Ki Jai, Charidam Chari Sampradaya Charya Ki Jai, Sri Chaitanya Mat Ki Jai, Sri Keshav Ji Gaudiya Mat Ki Jai, Srimad Bhagavatam Ki Jai, Sri Harinam Sankirtan Ki Jai, Ananta Koti Vaishnav Vrinda Ki Jai, Samagata Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai, Sri Nitai Gaura Pramanande Hari Hari Bo. Madhu, you sing now.
Thank you. Je anilo premadana karuna prachur hena prabhu kotha gela acharya thakur kaha mora swarup rupa kaha sanatan kaha dasa raghunatha patita pavan kaha mora bhatta juga kaha kaviraj eka kale kotha gela gaura nataraj pasane kuti pamatha analepa shiva Gauranga Gunera Nidhi Kotha Gele Pabo Sesaba Sangira Sange Je Koila Vilas Se sangana paya kande narotama das je anilo premadhana karuna prachur hena prabhu kotha gela acharya thakur Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Jaya Vaishnava Thakur, Jaya Vaishnava Thakur, Jaya Vaishnava Thakur. Thakur Narottama, Thakur Narottama. Jaya Bhakti Vedanta Shila Tridaṇḍī Goswami, Bhakti Vedanta Shila Tridaṇḍī Goswami. Guru Deva Jaya, Guru Deva Jaya, Guru Deva Jaya, Prabhupada Jaya, Prabhupada Jaya, Prabhupada. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. I'd like to read the translation of this amazing song. He who brought the treasure of Prem out of his great compassion, where has such a venerable personality as Srinivasa Acharya gone? Where are my Swarup Damodar Goswami and Rupa Goswami? Where is Sanatan Goswami? Where is Raghunath Das Goswami, the savior of fallen souls? Where are my Gopal Bhatta Goswami and Raghunath Bhatta Goswami? Where is Sri Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami? And where has Gauranga, the king of dancers, suddenly gone? I shall dash my head upon a stone or enter into the fire. Oh, where should I go to find Gauranga, the treasure house of all divine qualities? Unable to obtain the association of that Srinivasa Acharya, who performed the pastimes with the associates of Mahaprabhu, Narottam Das Thakur weeps. Srila Narottam Das Thakur ki jai. So on this auspicious, yet sometimes difficult occasion, and on our second day of the glorifications of Srila Bhaktivedanta Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, I would like to welcome our first speaker, His Grace Brajanātha Prabhu, who probably needs no introduction, but for those who don't know him, he served for many, many years, if not decades actually, by traveling and serving my Srila Gurudev, Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj. And he has been a friend and a well-wisher to so many of us for most of the time that we have been in Krishna consciousness, if not all of it. And so I'm very lucky to be able to welcome you, Prabhu. Are you ready to speak?
Hare Kṛṣṇa, thank you, Madhu Prabhu. So nice to be with all of you. And this is a very special occasion to glorify the Vaishnavas, to hear their glories, and to see their beautiful family together assembled in this world, but especially to recognize how we are supremely blessed by our real transcendental well-wishers, our beloved Gurudev, Srila Prabhupada, our Guru Parampara, and as we were just hearing, Sri Satchidananda Gaura Hari himself. They come in this world and they make us attached to them, and then they leave, and then we feel the real impact of the relationship that we have experienced and are still trying to process. The real impact is that it makes us aware that we are here only for a very short time. There is no need to quarrel or to judge anyone. Just be happy that we have such good company on this journey. So I'm very honored that you are inviting. Although some of you may consider me in some esteem, but I am also, just like all of us, a recipient of the mercy of Sri Satchidananda Gaura Hari. So before I start to share some memories of Pujyapat Sri Bhaktivedanta Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, I offer my Dandavat Pranams to my beloved Guru Maharaj, Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj, to his exalted associates, Srila Bhaktivedanta Vaman Goswami Maharaj, Srila Bhaktivedanta Trivikram Goswami Maharaj, as well as to the most amazing Parshadas of Sri Satchidananda Gaura Hari, Srila Bhakti Prakhyan Kiśora Goswami Maharaj, Srila Bhakti Vedanta Swami Prabhupada, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Prabhupada, Srila Gorky Kiśora Babaji, and Srila Bhakti Vinod Thakur, by whose mercy we have received the greatest gift that is available, that is the beautiful nourishment of the tree of pure bhakti, whose roots are manifesting just before Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's birth in this universe. Srila Madhavana Puripad, Sri Lakshmi Pati Tirtha, Ishvara Puripad, their godbrothers, all of them, Paramananda Puripad, Madhavana Puripad, Satchidananda Gaura, Nityānanda Prabhu, Sri Advaita Acharya, Sri Gadadhar Pandit, Sri Vas Pandit, and all Gaura Bhakta Vrindas, especially the exalted Bhagavat Parampara, which is offering us their full blessings and shelter. Yeah, I'm offering my humble Dandavat Pranams to all of them and pray for their causeless mercy unto all the devotees who are present today, who have organized the opportunity to remember Pujyapat Sri Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja on his disappearance. Yeah, very auspicious disappearance festival. Yeah, remembering the Vaishnavas is so beneficial. And those who are real Vaishnavas, they are the servants of Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga. And certainly I was very lucky to have the association and friendship of Pujyapat Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja for more than 30 years. Yeah. I had a very special liking towards him from beginning. After I received that special fortune to obtain the blessings and shelter of our beloved Gurudev, Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj, I at once wanted to share that with everyone who had even a slight interest in the conceptions that Srila Prabhupada presented in the line of Sri Rupa and Sri Raghunath. And I noticed that at that time, his name was Narada Muni Prabhu, that he had a keen interest in these topics. And he was a very pleasant devotee to be with. So we would go sometimes to programs in ISKCON, and we would discuss the beautiful conceptions that we received from our Gurudev, and he would become more and more fascinated to know more. And we also were hoping that whole family of Prabhupada's followers, they would all be able to fully benefit from the amazing, nourishing, beautiful, sweet presentations of the conceptions of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, which were so attractive, coming from the lotus mouth of our Gurudev in his books, that were presented by the devotees who are maybe not known to all of us, but they were the pioneers, especially Sri Prem Vilas Prabhu and his associates. They were very instrumental in describing how sweet are the pastimes of Sri Krishna and how beneficial it is to become situated in a assembly where these pastimes are presented. I remember the titles of the books were Going Beyond Vaikuntha and Govinda Lila and Bhakti Rasayan. So many beautiful small books were presented, then Sri Shikshashtikam, Sri Mana Shiksha. And we were very happy and very hopeful that this would be the extra inspiration that all of us are looking for, to combine the practices of our bhakti, the sadhana that we were performing, with the heart, so that the heart would become very much happy and fascinated by the different sweet aspects which are only present in Sri Krishna and Sri Vrindavan Dham, in his sweet pastimes, his Rupa Madhurya, the sweetness of his beautiful form, the Venu Madhurya, the sweetness of Krishna's flute playing, the Lila Madhurya, the sweetness of Krishna's beautiful pastimes, and especially the Prema Madhurya, the sweetness of Sri Krishna's love and affection for his devotees in Braja. That is not possible anywhere else in any of the incarnations of Sri Krishna outside Braj. And our beloved Gurudev, he was fully absorbed and is fully absorbed and will always be fully absorbed. So to receive the shelter of Srila Gurudev, knowing that he is the very intimate associate of Srila Prabhupada, this made me very happy. And meeting with Sri Narada Muni at that time, I became very happy. I would visit him time to time, and one day we were having a beautiful program with Gurudev in South Delhi, and I wanted to go and attend the program. It was perhaps in 93 or 94. I think 94, 94. But then I asked my friend Narada Muni, can I stay with you? Because he was at that time in the ISKCON temple in Delhi. I knew that from him, and I said, can I stay with you in the room and we go together to the program? Of course, he said, no problem at all. So we went to the program, and we came back a little late, and we took rest, and we got up in the next morning for Mongol Arti. And then in front of our door stood all the managers of ISKCON. And they said, did you go to the program last night of Srila Narayan Maharaj? And we said, yes, it was wonderful. Not knowing that we did anything wrong, although there was an unspoken kind of rule that no one could go outside ISKCON. But at the same time, so many leaders in ISKCON were very attracted to hear from Srila Narayan Goswami Maharaj. our Gurudev. So we felt that this is the best thing to do, and this will also be the best medicine for all ISKCON devotees and challenges and problems which we faced, and all of us agreed about that. All the devotees try to find solutions, but there is no better solution than Bhaktistu Bhagavat Bhakta Sangena Parijayate Sat Sangha Prapyate Pumbhi Sukriti Purva Sansitaha. To have the association of those who have real bhakti, who are non-different from Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, who are Parshadas, who are eternal associates of Sri Satchidananda Gaurari as well as Sri Radha and Kṛṣṇa. So after we received the order, you cannot stay here anymore, you went to that program, and then we said, oh, very good, we'll go at once. And then Prabhu packed his all things in the trunk. We called a taxi and we drove to Mathura, and the rest is history. Yeah. You must have heard that also from Maharaj himself. He has described that in one podcast even, I heard about his journey, how he came to Gurudev. And he was very kind that he accepted me as his friend, his dear friend. So sometimes, after both of us took full shelter, yeah, sometimes we would meet again, and he would be very dedicated to help in publishing and in preaching, outgoing activities, being with our Guru Maharaj. And when Gurudev would go for Western preaching, then I remember Prabhu, now his name became Nanda Kiśora. He would go ahead to England and help prepare. In Holland also he helped prepare, and it was a very pioneering, yeah, it was a great gift that we received, that now we could be with Srila Gurudev. In 1996, in the year that Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, it was 100 years before he took birth in Calcutta, 1896. It was a special year, and we all were fully convinced that this is the best thing that can happen for the devotees who are searching and hankering for pure bhakti. Here is the embodiment of Braja Bhakti, not just Braja Bhakti, but the embodiment of the prema, which is in the heart of those who are very near and dear to Srimati Radharani. This is our Guru Parampara. All of them are the eternal associates of Srimati Radhika. And they have come in this world out of their cosmos mercy to be with Sri Satchidananda Gaurahari and his manifestations, the Panchatattva, to inaugurate and to distribute and to invite all to participate in Sri Kṛṣṇa Sankirtan. So along the next 15 years, we were traveling with our Guru Maharaj. I was very lucky to be with Gurudev every day, yeah, for these 15 years. I hardly missed, sometimes maybe in India, but in Western traveling, and oftentimes Sri Nanda Kiśora Prabhu would also be with us and participate in the programs. Otherwise, if he would not be with us, he would be preaching and traveling and encouraging devotees. At that time, he was still householder, yeah, ashram, grihastha ashram, but he had a strong desire to be a traveling preacher and please Gurudev in all aspects. And that came to fruition, to blossoming, especially after our Gurudev entered Nitya Lila, the eternal pastimes of Sri Radha and Kṛṣṇa, Sri Satchidananda Gaurahari, in 2010. Then Maharaj now very much, yeah, took up the responsibility to repeat exactly the conceptions that we are receiving from our Guru Varga, especially the publications of our Gurudev. He would ad verbatim, Maharaj would speak them, yeah, in audio format for all the devotees to listen to them. That was the Jaiva Dharma and other books, Granthas. Maharaj made a special endeavor to present them in audio form. And then Maharaj became very much inspired to share with the devotees the glories of Sri Harinam. Yeah, he started to do japa retreats. Yeah, his godbrothers, some of the godbrothers, Indian sannyasis, they were laughing. What is this japa retreat? Japa retreat. Yeah, they could not understand. They think this is some speculation or invention. Yeah, we should simply speak Harikatha. But Maharaj was very concerned that the devotees take up the dharma, the best practice of religion in Kali Yuga. Harinam, 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 eva kevalam, kalo naste, eva naste. This is the real relationship that each and every living entity is invited to develop with Sri Radha and Kṛṣṇa, Sri Satchidananda, through Harinam Sankirtan. Sri Satchidananda Gaurari himself has given 8 beautiful teachings on the process of chanting the holy names. So Maharaj would not just engage those who would come in his group in chanting 64 rounds, he would also teach them the glories of Sudanam, yeah, and the aspects that are not so favorable, but which we also are faced with. That is when we chant Nama Parat or Nama Bas, yeah, which I am pretty much, yeah, convinced when I look at my own status of practice. We are all struggling pretty much with how to overcome the obstacles in order to obtain the state of pure chanting. So Maharaj was very inspired, and he was not at all, yeah, lenient with those who would participate. The conditions were set 64 rounds, yeah, and then the devotees would be faced with this, yeah, beautiful invitation to be with Maharaj and to chant 64 rounds and learn about the glories of the holy names. Then after that, yeah, I think that sometime in 2015 perhaps, or after that Maharaj started, perhaps even before, I may be wrong, to connect with the devotees over the internet and start teaching and sharing and reading the glories of Srimad Bhagavatam and especially Jaiva Dharma. I know that Maharaj had a very special relationship with Jaiva Dharma. I also feel that same special relationship, and even though I am not a person who likes to, yeah, kind of push others to do, yeah, but Maharaj had this drive, yeah. Why? Because he did it himself. He would chant himself 64 rounds every day, and he was oftentimes telling that, although we're not supposed to speak so much about our own practices, but Maharaj was very strict for himself. Very, sometimes we thought you're too hard on yourself. Yeah, and then he was also hard on the audience or the participants. You have to do that. That was one of his trademarks. Yeah, he was not easy always, but he always had the best intentions. And as time went on, I experienced that Maharaj became more and more soft-hearted. Yeah, in his expressions, in his dealings also. And I was very lucky that time to time he would call me, and then he would say, Brajanāth, I just want to tell you, I don't need advice, he said, because he knew always how to make his own decisions. Sometimes he would just change his mind in an hour or so to go from Navadvip to Vrindavan or the other way around. Yeah, he would knew what he wanted. He also would knew that what was needed. But he said, I just want to share with you my heart, he said, what is happening for me. And that was very wonderful to hear, that someone has faith, that you will simply listen and not give any judgment or even advice. Yeah, but still I always wanted to provide support to Maharaj. And I feel so happy. When I heard that he left, I became overjoyed. And after that, of course, when that settles in, then we are dealing with the other aspect, that we no longer have his physical association, but we have the greatest memories and the greatest, I would say, proof that if we practice sincerely, then heart becomes softer. And we will end up, we don't know how it happens, yeah. But it is said in the scriptures, Srila Rupa Goswami Pad is giving this beautiful advice that in all the world, yeah, there is no better place than India or Bharat. And in India, there is no better place than Vrindavan. Yeah. And in Vrindavan, there is no better place than Govardhan. Yeah. And Govardhan, there is no topmost. There is no anything beyond that. As Radha Kunda and Shama Kunda. And we know from our acharyas, which is a beautiful principle in practicing bhakti, that we should follow the example of the previous acharyas. Once we have some intimate relationship with Sri Guru, and we feel how Sri Guru is completely situated in my heart, yeah, even though it needs so much more work, but Gurudev is the expert heart surgeon. He comes in the heart and he does everything that is necessary for allowing, yeah, the eagerness and the desire to manifest that I want to only realize who I am really in the spiritual realm and serve with pure love and affection under the guidance of Sri Guru in his beautiful eternal form in Radha Krishna's pastimes. So in that Radha Kunda, yeah, there is, why it is so important, why it is the topmost, because there is the most beautiful boy, teenage boy, and the most beautiful teenage girl. Yeah. And who are they? I don't have to mention their names. You all know that. And Rupa Goswami Pad is telling that the love between those two teenagers is so beautiful and sublime that it affects the whole absolute truth. Yeah. And to be able to appreciate, yeah, that beautiful quality of loving exchanges and to desire to participate and contribute in that is the perfection of our life. To reside in Radha Kunda, mentally or physically, is the topmost, yeah, perfection of the journey of the living entity. But there is a very big, yeah, we call it but, yeah, and Maharaji, he also he exemplified that in his own journey, that in order to appreciate properly this sweet, sweet, transcendental, most esoteric, yeah, aspect of Bhakti Yoga, the loving affairs between Sri Radha and Kṛṣṇa and Brajavasis, especially Gopis. Yeah, we cannot appreciate it unless we are receiving special benediction or special, yeah, inspiration, special blessings. And that is available where? Only where Sri Kṛṣṇa himself is teaching how to be an ideal devotee. Yeah. Kṛṣṇa knew this, that these people, these living entities cannot understand. They could not understand for 5,000 years. Now I must come and show them how to be ideal devotees. And that is available fully in Sri Govardhan. Yeah. So Maharaji showed, after residing in Govardhan, residing in Radhakund, that now it is time. Whether he knew it or not, but I can observe from a distance that Gurudev made the arrangements. Now you come to Mayapur Dham, especially you go to Godrum, and especially because you have so much attraction for Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, you stay nearby Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, Svananda Sukha Kunja, and not only that, I want you to stay and reside and relish and receive this beautiful impression of Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur in Sri. That is the topmost, yeah, place where we can reside and receive abundant blessings in Suravi Kunja. So when Maharaji stayed there, I was very happy. And I also wanted to stay there. But up till now, I could only be there for this Gaur Purnim, 1 week. And I remembered Maharaji's staying there and visiting him there. So Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, Srila Gorkishore Das Babaji Maharaj, Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, all our Guru Varga, Srila Bhakti Pragyan Keshav Maharaj, our beloved Gurudev, Srila Bhaktivedanta Vaman Goswami Maharaj, Srila Bhaktivedanta Trivikram Goswami Maharaj, all had this beautiful desire to reside in Sri Mayapur Navadvip Dham and do bhajan there and take bath there, especially in Ganges, Ganga Devi or Yalangi Devi. And I know Maharaj was very fond of following this advice. When he was in Vrindavan, he would daily take bath in Yamuna Devi. Yeah. When he was in Godrum, he would take bath daily, in Yalangi. Yeah. Such strong faith he had, and it is true, taking bath, but especially he had full faith to take bath in the Amrita, the nectar that flows from the lotus lips of pure devotees. So always absorbed in reading and teaching, especially Jaiva Dharma. And in the end, I heard Srimad Bhagavatam, and then the last class that he shared with the devotees, it is online available, is on the teachings of Sri Rai Ramananda and Sri Satchidananda Gaurari, which is known as the most precious jewel in Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, amongst other jewels, but this is very helpful for the devotees, very, very helpful. So when I heard Maharaji left, I thought, and how he left, when I came to know, I became even more happy. This is the perfection of our spiritual journey. And who arranges this? Not we. Even Maharaji, he knew that. Although he made decisions, but these decisions were all kind of, and we also think, sometimes we are thinking, most of the time, that I am the doer, I am deciding, but really it is only by their mercy. They want us to be in that place which is most beneficial for us. So when Maharaji came back to Radhakunda and I visited him there, and I was also allowed, he called me again, what to do, Brajanāth. I have to go. I stayed in India 5 years illegally. I have to pay a big fine. I don't know if they will give me an entry permit. Again, I have to go to Canada. My ticket is booked. Yeah, what shall I do? Who can help me? He just confided in me. I said, Maharaj, and then he said, I heard you have a good legal advisor. I said, yes, but you have to fully embrace him. Yeah, because he is very qualified, but also he is someone who needs, himself encouragement. He's a beautiful soul. And then Maharaj, he came to know our dearmost, Abhishek Prabhu. His name is Abhishek Day. Yeah. The same last name as Srila Prabhupada, Day. Yeah. And meeting him, I felt at once this is a wonderful soul, and we can help each other on this beautiful path. So when Maharaji came to know him, then at once Abhishek went to him, visited him, and was very impressed with Maharaji's aura, his beautiful, loving nature. And he wanted to help him, and lo and behold, very soon Maharaji was free from all difficulties. He could obtain a permanent stay permit in India based upon his medical records. So I was very happy, and Maharaji was also very happy that he could stay in Radhakunda now without any difficulty having to deal with legal papers. Yeah. So also on the last day, when I heard a week ago that Maharaji left on that day, I was very happy to meet again with Abhishek Prabhu in the premises of Sri Giridhari Gaudiya Math. And when I heard how he helped in the last day to arrange for everything to be just arranged properly, all the papers, so that Maharaji's body could be, go on his final journey towards the lotus feet of Srimati Radhika in Sri Radhakunda and obtain there the final rites. And today morning we had also the opportunity to perform that service to place Maharaji's, as per his desire, final remnants of his body in Yamuna Devi and hear the glories of Maharaji. So I want to conclude here, but before I conclude, I want to express one great, I would say, one great appreciation for Maharaji. Yeah, that he was doing one, not only one, he would do several Jaiva Dharma groups all over the world. And then he had one group in Europe, and he found it a little, maybe it was from his side, he had enough groups or not, I don't know. But it happened to be that Maharaji requested me, can you continue this group? And I said, Maharaji, this is my greatest pleasure. I also am so much fond of the Jaiva Dharma, the conceptions of Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, how he is guiding us through all the Vedic literatures and bringing us to the final conclusions, to take shelter in that very place where we can obtain the greatest benefit on the lotus feet of the great Vaishnavas who are eternal residents of Sri Radha and Kṛṣṇa and who are always engaged in their pastimes, especially in Sri Radha Kunda and in Sri Srivas Angam with Sri Satyanandana Gaurahari in Sri Navadvip Dham. So Maharaji gave me opportunity, and up till now we are doing this group. I have only 1, 2, or 3. I'm not so much wanted, everywhere, but I'm happy. I have a few groups that devotees have some faith in the presentations that we share from Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, Srila Sanatana Goswami Pad. So this is Maharaji's gift to me. I'm very grateful. I know that everything is arranged, but still we have personal relationships, and these are very, very valuable. So I'm looking forward to be with Maharaji again in our amazing journey towards the most beautiful realm of pure love and affection. Thank you so much, devotees, Madhu Prabhu and Taruṇ Prabhu, for organizing this. It's a great effort from your sides, but I know that you do it out of love for Maharaji, and I'm also very grateful to Srimati Vaijayantī, Devi Dasi. I always consider her a great saint, because to live with Maharaji was not always easy, but she did that for many years. And he also always was I know that, very much appreciative of the support he receives from those who are with him on the journey. He was always very thankful, and that is one of the qualities of the Vaishnavas and Vaishnavis, that they have so much gratitude and appreciation, and that's the best attitude. Gratitude is the best attitude on the spiritual journey towards perfection, which is possible with pure love and affection.
Thank you so much.
Bhaktivinoda Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja ki jai ho. Srila Gurudev ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Sri Rupanuga Guru Varga ki jai, Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda ki jai, Nitai Gaur Premananda, Hari Hari Gaur. Oh, Dilip is also there, also nice, Dilip Prabhu. See you. Prakāśātmā Prabhu, wonderful.
Thank you so much,
Prabhu. I don't know all of you, but I think all of you are blessed. Those of you who had Maharaji's association, like Dilip Prabhu, and we cannot forget that. And some of you, they have taken shelter with Maharaji as Guru. You are very lucky, because he always directs you to the lotus feet of Srila Gurudev, Srila Prabhupada. Vancha kalpatarupyasya kripa sindhuvevacya patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha.
Thank you so much, Brajanātha Prabhu. Wonderful way as well to essentially introduce our next speaker, Srimati Vaijayantī Mālā Didī, who will be conducting her offering in combination with Nityānanda Prabhu. So I welcome you both to start right away, without further ado.
Well, Madhukara.
Kṛṣṇa.
Madhukara Prabhu. So nice that you are with us.
Jai Dandavat, Hare Krishna. So I have the deepest pleasure to introduce now the next speaker, Srimati Vaijayantī Mālā Didī. And I would like to ask a few questions. I don't know if we will get enough time, but hopefully we can get to hear some of the experiences that she has to share with us. So, Haribol, can you hear me?
Hare Krishna. Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, Haribol.
Haribol.
So Please, could you take us back to the early days and how did you meet Narada Muni Prabhu and what kind of foundation you had for building your marriage?
Okay, so we met the night before we were married, old ISKCON style. They just arranged marriages back then. But we had met at 7 o'clock in the evening on the 3rd of July, and we talked for half an hour. 25 minutes of that was with the person who introduced us. And then they left and we talked for 5 minutes and then we married the next day. But before that, as soon as I heard of him when I was in the Sydney temple, I was, something about the name. Who is this person? And then when I moved up to Murwillumbah I was a Gurukula teacher. I was curious, who is this? Who's Narad Muni? I don't know why. I wasn't interested. I was just, who is this Narad Muni? Just curiosity. And they said, oh, he's collecting now. He's not around. He's out, on the pick, they used to call it. So then he'll be back on the weekend. So on the weekend, I went into the temple room and all the brahmacharis who were out on the pick, they were lined up along the wall for greeting the deities. And I said to my friend, which one's Narad Muni? And they said, that one over there. And as soon as I looked at him, because he was wearing saffron back then, as soon as I saw him, I thought he should be wearing white. And then I left it at that. But then after that, repeatedly, this feeling came to me, you will have to marry him. And I didn't like the idea. I thought, no, we're not suitable, And so and it was only between me and Kṛṣṇa. It was like almost an insanity. And it was like an argument, no, you're going to have to. And I was saying, I don't want to. And this went on for weeks until finally one night I was taking rest and I looked at the wall in front of me and I thought, oh, Kṛṣṇa, I was tired of fighting. And I said, okay, if this is good for me, I'll do it. And 3 sentences came to my mind, one after the other. It wasn't a voice from the sky. It was 3 very clear sentences. It said, this man is going to break your heart, but he'll be the best thing for your Kṛṣṇa consciousness. You should marry him. And that surprised me. And then the next day I found out that this was the plan of the authorities, was to, usually they didn't, he was a collector, I was a Gurukul teacher. They never married collectors to boring old Gurukul teachers. But for some reason, this, it was Kṛṣṇa I see now. And so we were married 3 weeks after that. So 3 weeks I had to wait for the final confirmation, and then it came, and then we were married. And you asked about the foundation. He was always extremely committed in the marriage. He was very reliable, very dutiful. We were provided for nicely. He was always super strict with his sadhan, never attached to money. I was amazed at how money was just nothing for him, whether it came or went. He wasn't slightly interested in accumulating it. He didn't want it more than he absolutely needed it. I've just got a few points written down here. His sadhan was like lines etched in stone from the very beginning. And we married in 1982. He'd been a devotee for a few years before then. And I could see that his sadhan, his japa, his love for Śrīmad Bhagavatam. He used to say, for me, Śrīmad Bhagavatam is like nectar. And his firm faith, such fixed faith. Once a devotee had decided that they couldn't handle doing the pick or going out on collecting anymore, and he just left and went to another place. And my husband just said to me, I know that if I go to this city, Kṛṣṇa will arrange for me to meet him. And it was a city. And he drove all the way down to where it was and met, and actually did run into this person and brought him back to Bhakti. And they maintained a close relationship, right till the very end. So he was just I want to speak very briefly about his family life. And then I want to get into the more significant things that overlap with how everybody else knows him. Just to give you some picture, he was very, like if ever I was sick, some men never like looking after their wives. They're always complaining. He always looked after me fully, cooking for me, cleaning, looking after Govardhan, our son, never complaining. When I drove the car off a bridge, which is a pretty heavy thing, and wrote off the car, not one word of complaint, no word of anger, just, are you okay? And he was an excellent father. He was just someone who really believed in letting people be who they are. So he never tried to force Govardhan to be something he wasn't. And even when we were married, I would look at him and think, you're the best father I've ever seen in my life. So when I would teach, when I was the one teaching and bringing the money into the house, I'd come home in the middle of the day, 2:00. The house would be clean, lunch would be cooked, Govardhan would be happy. And when it was his turn, I'd do the same. So it was just like teamwork. We never argued about money. We just like worked as a team. And it was all very rational and caring and responsible. And anyway, I'll stop there in case you have another question.
Wow, thank you. Well, I see that many devotees, they talk about renunciation, but very few get the chance to live it authentically. So from your perspective, what did he understand about renunciation that others miss entirely?
That's a very interesting question. I saw his renunciation as very much an evolution in him. When we first married, he said, I'll be with you till I'm 50. And then I'm going to take sannyas. He was a bit older than that. He said, I'm taking sannyas because I do not want to die attached to a wife. And so that was his. So I knew about it I was 24 years old. But when you're 24, 50, I forgot to do the math. He was 8.5 years older than me. But, I thought, when you're 24, that's like a lifetime away. You don't even take it seriously. So sannyas so right from the beginning, he had this, he'd very clear, he didn't even want to get married. Actually, I should have said from his side, he didn't want to marry at all, but he was collecting and he didn't want to collect anymore. They made him the president of the New Govardhan farm in Australia. And they said, you're president of a farm full of grihasthas, you have to get married. And if you don't get married, you have to go out on the pick. And he said, I'd prefer to get married. So it was, that was from his side. And from my side, it was an intuition that was really strong. So yeah, I saw this as an evolution. And I really, really want to say in this talk that is what I saw as something I really want to share with others about his renunciation. Like in the beginning, it was this aim to take sannyas, and no matter how good and responsible and dutiful he was as a husband, he was always one-pointed, always fixed on that. He just wanted Krishna bhakti. He just wanted to chant better japa. He just wanted to hear. But as time went by, and after we met Gurudev, his conception of renunciation became more refined. And towards the end, there were lots of sudden steps, like we met the night before we were married. And then he moved to Dāsa, and then he came home one day and he said, I'm leaving home in 2 hours. And that was in the year 2000. And he said, I've got a tempo waiting for me out the front. And I just gulped, and then I helped him pack, because you can't get in the way. When renunciation's burning in a person, you have to step to the side. So he was really happy that I was just not obstructed. He'd brought someone with him, Gopāla Prabhu from England. He'd brought him with him to calm me down if I became disturbed, but Sundar wasn't required. And then he left. And that was a very difficult period for me. It was like 3.5 years of pain. And then we were at Govardhan in 2004, and it was we were celebrating Gopurnima in Govardhan, and then again one night I could feel that he was going to take a big step. I could feel it, and I was a mess. I didn't even go to Gurudev's class that night, which is something I would never do. And I went finally over to the mat to have some prasad, and he said to me, "Can I talk to you?" And I could just feel it like it's going to be like a bomb. And he said, "I'm putting on saffron tomorrow." So it's like we met the night before we were married. He left home in 2 hours. And then it was like, I'm taking sannyas tomorrow. And yeah, that was a very rough time for me. But I came through it by Gurudev's mercy. And so completely that actually I attended the sannyas ceremony. But as he was building up to this, he was saying things like, sannyas, I don't want to be the type of person who just rejects their family to take sannyas. He said, that's not a strong platform. I want to actually, he said, you're good, the Govardhan's good, the family's good, I have affection for you, I appreciate you, but I want something higher. And that was always his inner purpose for wanting to take sannyas. He said, if I take sannyas like this, my sannyas will be strong. But if I'm taking sannyas just because I can't stand family life, I can't stand you, I can't stand the responsibility, so many aspects. He said, that's a weak platform and it won't allow me to be in the sannyas ashram in a strong way till the very end. So that was his mood. And actually, we were in Navadvip. My son had, in 2005, Gopurnima, my son had typhoid. And we were independently, once he took saffron, by the way, he never stepped 1 foot in our house again. That was it. We spoke, but he never came home. And then in 2005, we were meeting while Govardhan was sick with typhoid, and he was thanking me for everything. And really, really sweetly. And I was thinking, this is such a dignified, not from him, not from my side, from his side, such a dignified way to take sannyas. Even, once I was sitting outside Sri Chaitanya Gaudiya Math and he was walking in with the party and he said, you're the best thing in my life. He said, I don't know what I'm doing. That didn't mean he was going to change his mind. His sights were set, but he was living the thing that he always wanted to live, and that is healthy renunciation. He used to say, I'm sure Gurudev didn't hate his wife, you know what I mean? But actually he found something higher. He progressed to something higher. And so, so it was all very nice, even the night before I saw him and said, I'm proud of you. And it was, and he was just passing in a rickshaw and he just said something back. And then the next day he took sannyas. And then we never spoke after that. That was 21 years ago. But there's always a mood of support and appreciation. And it's not like I haven't been grieving in the last week. Even though I did all my crying 25 years ago, it's still a gulp, because in the back of your mind, they're there. Yeah, so I hope that's...
Wow, amazing. Anyhow, I see that a lot of devotees have commented about Maharaj, how he has helped them in their spiritual life by making all these different maps, by making all these different charts, by helping with the translation of editing of books, etc. So, but that's how people see it from the point they met him towards this past class that he gave, the last class he gave. But do you feel personally that he had this mood of teaching others and that he wanted to help people understand things clearly? Was that like something present from the very beginning?
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. He was a natural teacher, naturally concerned about other spiritual lives, sometimes a little heavy, but still people came to appreciate it often. And yes, he liked to make things clear. And so he would, that universe chart, he did it because he used to give our son philosophy classes. And initially that was all in pen. I've still got the sketch, in pen in a notebook, that Govardhan's notebook. And then that became that chart of the universe. So that teaching nature was very much in him. He loved it. He loved it. He loved preaching. Once he said, when towards the end, and he said, I'm going to England. He was walking out of the door and he said, I'm going to England, to preach. And he said, I've got to. In other words, it was really coming from an inner place. I've got to do this. And I think seeing how happy he was as a sannyasi also, like, you know, of course, back in 2005, there was no YouTube and Zoom. I don't remember any such thing then, but I'd hear reports, and I was always so happy that he was living his dream. His dream was to take sannyas, and when he took sannyas, it seemed to me, of course, I haven't spoken to him 21 years, but it seemed to me that he just took off. He just became so one-pointed and so happy. And I can see, I'm watching some of the Madhukar's programs and seeing how many devotees appreciated him. And to me, it's fascinating, you know, that he touched so many people's lives in a very significant way.
Yes, indeed. And my experience with him was through the Japa retreat. You know, he
Oh,
had
yeah.
this, okay, we need to chant 1 lakh a day. We must do the programs, Mangalarti, Harikatha, take from Prasadam, and then at the end of the day, you can share a little bit, but has to be only about the holy name. You cannot start talking about any random things, you know. But that's, you know, 2011. How was his relationship with the holy name from the first
But
time
when
you
I
met
met
him?
him, the same,
Yeah.
totally fixed. Like, you know, he totally fixed. And like you said, no time for anything else, you know, just he's always been intense. I'm intense too. So, you know what I mean? So actually it was, you know, we had our clashes, but it was compatible in that sense. But he was
Yes.
very, very focused and always loved chanting, and would as much as he could. He was always spending every minute of the day as a grihastha. He was a temple president. He did deity seva. He did farm seva. He did book distribution, preaching, you know, and then absorb. He was always had the balance between his own inner life and giving. That was always there. And in his inner life meant steadiness in japa, and reading and trying to deeply absorb and contemplate. So we'd have very philosophical conversations.
Yeah.
Often, that was really the basis. That was the health of our marriage. Was the philosophical talks.
Wow. And for those who were touched by his life, by his service, by his example, what would be the most appropriate way to honor his legacy?
Become as absorbed in bhakti as you can to your very maximum ability, and putting every bit of, not wasting time, and becoming very, very intensely focused and one-pointed, just like he was. He was so wanting to see people progress. I never had any difficulty in the marriage with him wanting to keep me down in any way. He was always wanting to see me go up and progress and be excited in bhakti. He thrilled to other people's excitement in bhakti, thrilled to it always. So if you say, what's the greatest way to honor his legacy? Is that what you said? Then
Yes.
that I have no doubt that is the greatest way to find some deep satisfaction in bhakti, in chanting specifically, that then he would, he just wanted to see people go up.
Absolutely, absolutely. I felt always that with him, that, you know, many people, they take the position of sannyas and they say, okay, I'm here, I'm at the top. Now look at me, follow me, or become my disciple, etc. But for him, I never felt that. I always felt him on the same level. And it was a bit jarring sometimes because, you know, we're taught to, or you have to respect sannyasis. They are up there, you are down here. So, you know, but he always made this bridge, that it felt that we were on the same platform. I know we were not, but I always had that feeling. So
And I,
do you have that experience also, that even though you didn't speak with him when he took sannyas, that other people felt that with him and I spoke about it to you?
yeah, but not sometimes, yes. I'm hearing about it more now, but I just wanted to say it was around 1996. He went through a massive transformation where he just wanted to be normal. He just wanted to treat everyone, be normal with everyone and not be anything superior. And he just didn't want to do all the stuff that goes along with being a little senior devotee, or, you know what I mean? He didn't want any of that. He just wanted to be real. And he just wanted to care for a person, not because of anything because they check a list, but he wanted to care for individuals and get to know individuals. Like, I've been a lot in contact with his brothers and sisters and his niece in the last week. And they speak about him with so much affection because he encouraged them also. You know what I mean? It's not like, oh, you're not devotees, you're not practicing. But, you know, he just reached out to them with the same loving heart. And, you know, and at the same time, there he was, you know, up really, really early in the morning, you know, practicing strictly, but he didn't. So this mood, you say, of just treating everybody like an equal, he wanted to embrace that. He wanted to just be normal and, just like a normal person. That was very important to him.
And what advice would you give to couples who perhaps they're looking into the stage of vanaprastha and they might be curious about, okay, how does it look like? What signs do we need to be aware of that, oh, it's not actually renunciation, they just want to avoid responsibility, either the wife or the husband?
Yeah, Srila Sridhar Maharaj used to say there's the plane of exploitation, and which is sense gratification, the plane of renunciation, which is mayavad, and the plane of dedication, which is bhakti. So that needs to be carefully understood, that, you know, you're not wanting to exploit or renounce. So when a couple is thinking, well, usually it's the man. I've not known a woman who's, you know, it's something they actually have to work out between them. But I just want to say, in his wanting to be normal and real, that did not mean for a second for him a slackness of standard. It didn't mean that, just sometimes people take shelter of that thinking, I don't want to be so hardcore, I just want to be normal, and the standard goes down. Not with him. It was like the standard stayed high, and the standard stayed high, and he just wanted to treat people like real people, no matter who they were. He wanted to have honor for them and like them.
Yeah. Oh, this is very, very heart opening and so amazing. Yeah, my wife is here outside of the camera crying, you know, because she had also very touching experience with Maharaj through the Yapa retreats and through the parikrams that Maharaj used to take us mentally through the Zooms and like that. But did you ever attend any of the parikrams? The
With
virtual
him?
ones? Yeah.
No, I never did. I'm just being honest. It's a funny thing. The whole sannyas ashram for me was like, I just wanted, like Śrīpāda Vaikanas Maharaj, he wrote me such a very kind and thoughtful letter just recently. And then he sent me a voice message and he said, actually, physically and psychically, you stepped aside, something like that. And really, that's what any couple who's going into this, like you said, the wife, because usually it's the man, traditionally, it's the man who makes these decisions and takes sannyas. The wife needs to be a well-wisher, if it's a safe and if it's a healthy type of renunciation, and be prepared to step to the side, just step to the side and find her own life. Yeah.
Yeah, and also it's very healthy that he didn't just spring that up, you know, to use like, okay, tomorrow I'm taking sannyas, and he never talked about it, you know. There was always that goal, even though it was 25 years ahead in the distance, the future, it still was a goal there. And I think that's very
Yes.
characteristic of Maharaj, because he will make all these different maps and says you must know where you are, where you want to go, and how to get there.
Yeah. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. That would have been his, definitely.
Yes.
And so the other day, after, just I want to say one more thing after, I know we're finished, so I'm just going to say this very quickly. After, 21 years of absolutely no communication with him, I was rung by this Abhishek, the lawyer that Brajanātha Prabhu was talking about, who really saved me completely and said, because you're legally still married to him, you have to come out to Govardhan to release the body. And so I had to go out there. One of my dearest friends supported me and came with me for that. And I got to, sign all the paperwork, deal with the embassy, all under Abhishek's direction. And then by Madhu Prabhu, when they were circumambulating his body just before the cremation, I said to Madhu Prabhu, I don't know what I should do. I don't know where I should be. And he said, just do what all the other devotees are doing. And then at a certain point, he stopped me and he said, put this flower at his feet. Now put these 2 tulsis on his eyes and put this tulsi on his mouth. And then he took these petals and he said, and sprinkle these over the body. And he gave them to me in 3 lots for me to sprinkle over the body. And it was so nice. I was so grateful to him for that, because it was like a little ceremonial. It was like, job's done, thank you, and yeah.
Well, now I'm also in tears.
Sorry.
I want to thank you, for this. Is such a very beautiful way to experience Maharaj's life before, when he was Narada Muni, when he was Nanda Kiśora, before he even took sannyas. For most of us, we met him years after he took sannyas. Very few had the fortune to meet him as Nanda Kiśora, and we're also now hearing about them, their experiences. But yes, I want to thank you again from the bottom of my heart for this offering.
Thank you. Can I make one more short little point? Gurudev was completely unsentimental with me in regards to my husband's sannyas. He was he never pandered to any insecurities or nervousness or needs. He was completely strong. And but I mean, I look back and it was heavy at the time, but I see how powerful Gurudev is, and it's through Gurudev's power that we've got the strength to do it. I even said to Gurudev, you're so sweet. You have even made my husband's taking of sannyas a sweet experience. That's how powerful Gurudev is. He empowered the whole thing, and he made it so that my husband was saying nice things to me before he left. Gurudev, who Gurudev is, he made the whole thing sweet. And I had planned to talk about Gurudev a little more, and I was a little nervous, so I didn't get out what I wanted to. But anyway, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. And now I think Madhu or Taruṇ, they're getting the... Okay, Madhu.
I will continue. Thank you so much, Nityānanda Prabhu, and thank you so much, Vaijayantī Mālā Didī, for giving us such a beautiful insight into some very deeply nuanced aspects of Maharaj's life, as well as of the nature of the kinds of relationships that he had with you, with Srila Gurudev, with your son, and with the devotees around him. I think it's not always easy for us to wrap our heads around the bigness of all of these things, all of these relationships. Gurudev, especially, being the person that was at the center of this. Guru means heavy, and the weight, the gravity, the gravitas that he had that could stabilize all of these relationships and all of these momentous happenings in everyone involved's lives. This is, I think, something that came out, whether you specifically said that or not, at least for me personally. And thank you so much for sharing like this.
Thank you. Can you mute me, because I can't work out how to do that? Can you do that?
Taruṇ can do that. There we go. And now I would like to invite Sriman Prakāśātmā Prabhu from France to speak about his relationship and glorification of Srila Bhaktivedanta Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja. Are you ready, Prabhu?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Prabhu. We can hear you. Oh, you're muted again. No, you are muted again. There we go. Yes. Yeah, that's perfect.
Homages Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshurumeritam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Gaurave Gorachandraya Radhikaye Tadaraye Krishnaya Krishna Bhaktaya Tad Bhaktaya Namo Namaha. Yeah, such a wonderful presentation. I heard, so it's going to be difficult for me to speak. Anyway, I'd like to offer my Dandavat Pranam to my beloved spiritual master, is Nityānanda Prabhu Vishnu Srimad Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, and to my beloved Shiksha Guru Nityānanda Prabhu Vishnu Srimad Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Mahārāja. I met Maharaj, when he was Nanda Kiśora in 2003 in a festival. We were in the same room, and he's the one who came and spoke to me. I don't easily go and speak to people, but he was very friendly from the beginning. And after the lecture of Gurudev, he was always asking us in the room what we thought about the lecture. He always wanted to go deep and catch the deep sense, deep meaning of what Gurudev just said. And also, he was very nicely concerned about who we were and where we came from. And so I confided with him that Gurudev, he was very sweet in the beginning with me when I first saw him a year ago. And then this festival, he was completely ignoring me. And so he said, the relationship is through seva. When I was translating Jiva-dhamma just came out, actually. And Srila Gurudev was very happy about it. He said, so Nanda Kiśora, he told me that when he was helping with the editing of the Jiva-dhamma, Gurudev will speak with him every day. And as soon as this Jiva-dhamma was published, he ignored him completely. This was the way Gurudev had a way to cut our ego. And he told me another story when Gurudev was a little ill. He had some kind of a mask in front of his face. And Nanda Kiśora, he put some kind of a barrier, to stop people from coming too close to Gurudev. And Gurudev was never satisfied. He said, this is too close, this is too far, this is too close, this is too far. So he was moving up and down like this until he didn't know what to do. So he just dropped the barrier. And then Gurudev looked at him and said, bogus, bogus, bogus. So when I heard this, I started laughing because, the way Gurudev treat people, sometimes it's very difficult to understand why. But when he heard me laughing, he said, why are you laughing? This was very painful. So I understood that he was a sensitive person. He was always making sense, but also sensitive, both, and always encouraging. He told me very quickly, you should chant 64 rounds a day. 16 rounds is nothing. You cannot get anywhere with this. And he was insisting until I did. I started chanting 64 rounds following what he was saying. The same way he was looking for people to translate one of the books that he was working on called Beyond Nirvana. So because I'm French, then he said you should translate in French. So I did. And it took me a while, but I translated it. And then after that, he said, you should translate Jivadharma. And I told him, I said, when I translated this little booklet, I had no help from anyone. And some of the devotees, you know, in my country, they criticized me because of what I use as a translation and everything. So I was not so encouraged to do it. But he said, you know, when I worked on Jivadharma, I had no help from anyone. And I remember, he told me, I remember coming from Delhi once with all those books, and it was so difficult. There was so many hassle. I was crying all the way back to the temple. That's what he told me. So he said, yes, there will be a problem, there will be opposition, but just do it for your purification. So I started doing it, and so I translated almost the entire Jivadharma. And afterwards, when Gurudev left, this was the second time that I lost a very dear soul, someone that really cared about us, understood all about who we are. Srila Prabhupada, he left in 77. That was totally unexpected for me. I was only 20 years old. I'd been there for, you know, I joined when I was 16 years old, and I was really bewildered. Luckily, there was Śrīpāda Mahārāja along the way that helped me a little bit. And then, you know, Narayana Maharaj, he changed my life completely. So when he left, I was again in dire strait. And many of the devotees that were following Srila Gurudev, they start following other gurus. It was like something that they heard Gurudev saying that, you know, when there's no longer the spiritual master, then you should seek another, you know, Shiksha Guru. I never heard this really like this from Gurudev, nor neither did I read it in the books. And I can say that devotees were running here and there, especially Westerners. And at one point, you know, like at one parikram, all of the sannyasis have disappeared. All the Western sannyasis have disappeared. And I was practically one of the, you know, remaining older one. And luckily there was Uma Didi. And I felt like after Gurudev left, there was two devotees that were really kind and very dear to me. It was Uma Didi. She was like a mother, and Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja. Tridaṇḍī was a dear friend, and he never chastised me. He was never heavy with me. He was always so kind, so sweet. He always encouraged me to, you know, when I came back to India in 2003, he was insisting. He said, you know, you should go back to India. It's very important. I haven't been for 20 years or something. And I told him I don't have money. I told him, you know, I don't have the time. And he just laughed. He said, these are just excuses. Actually, if you really want to, then you can go. So I did, just like the 64 rounds and just like so many other things. Jivadharma, he was always he always had some good instruction. And I always heard through him, my guru speaking. And so, afterwards, when he took sannyas, you know, I'm not really coherent, but just I'm trying to do my best. When he took sannyas, like someone said just recently, you know, his mood didn't change. You know, often I see that some devotees, they take sannyas and then they become kind of proud and they start having a lot of they don't have time to talk to you, and they consider themselves very important. And then when the guru leaves, they have a lot of disciples, a lot of money. I know in ISKCON it was like this, and in our Sangha it's the same. But Maharaj, he was always my friend. I could call him, call him anytime. Actually, I spoke to him just a week before he left, and I asked him about his health, and he said it's improving. And so I was really shocked to hear that he left. And we would always exchange. He was never in the mood of a preacher or a teacher to me. I will, listen to his lecture on Zoom and listen to his lecture, live, when live. But he never had that mood that he was my teacher or preaching to me. He was always in the mood of exchanging. And whenever I had something to say, he will listen. He will not consider that, oh, this is your opinion, I have mine. Sometimes we had a little arguments, but very, small arguments, let's say. He will value what I said. And even he will put it to practice. Like he told me when he was living in Godrum, he said, oh, you're the one who inspired me to stay there, because I told him when he was in Radhakund, I told him, Gurudev, he'd never really encouraged people, devotees, to live in Radhakund, because there's so many devotees who are sahaja. And it's better to live in Navadvip in Mayapur, and Bhaktivinoda Thakur is there. And once we were doing the parikram, before the big party parikram, we were doing a small parikram. We came to Godruma, and then after we visited the Bhaktivinoda Thakur's house, he told me, oh, I found this man, he's ready to rent me a room. And he stayed there for many, many years. And he was always telling me, oh, it's because of you, I listened to you. I don't know if that is true, but he made me feel special that way, that, I can be also his friend. He was always telling me that he loved me and he valued me, and he thinks I am very learned. And sometimes he will listen to my presentation and he will say, wow, I was my mind was completely blown out. Very, very nice presentation. But then he will add, but I want you to become more rasik. He wanted me to go deep. He thought I was too much in my head, which is true. Too much intellectual. And he wanted me to go into my heart. He knew that my heart was very soft also. And we are pretty much the same, actually. Our personality. He doesn't like crowds. He doesn't like institution. He doesn't like problem of the institution, and he doesn't like fame and all these things that we see around. And I don't also. I when I go to Vrindavan, those days when there's so many people, in my mind, sometimes it's full panic because there's just too much. So he was more on a person to person, which also is my nature, just to speak to one person at a time, or a small group, and try to listen to everybody and exchange. So that was my relationship with him. And he was, like many said, he was very much attached to the Jiva Dharma. He helped to edit it. And then he went on Zoom and gave lecture. And in so many different ways, he presented Jiva Dharma many times. And then also in small groups, I was part of a small group at one point, just him and Udara from England and me. And we were discussing, chapter by chapter every week, once a week. And then I started to also give the Jiva Dharma in my country, inspired by his doing, because he said you should buy a mic and you should buy, have a nice camera. He showed me how he was doing his things when I went to see him in Godruma. He showed me. And he said, you should do the same, why not? And so I started doing this. And for the past 2.5 years, I've been presenting Jiva Dharma once a week for 1 hour. And this is my 75 presentation of Jiva Dharma. And I'm still not finished because now it's Rasa Tattva. And thanks to him, I understood that the last chapters of Jivadharma, which are difficult to understand because of so much Sanskrit, actually follows Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu and then Ujjvala Nilamani. And so by reading the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, Nectar of Devotion of Srila Prabhupada and Ujjvala Nilamani, then I could understand everything. And of course, we are not qualified for Raganuga Bhakti. He was saying also that himself. Many times he said, we are not qualified to follow Raganuga Bhakti. But if we can appreciate, he said that many, many times, if we can just appreciate, the Harikatha and the description and try to learn these different words that seems to be complicated. What is rasa? Rasa is the Vibhava, Anubhava, Vyabhishari Bhava, Sattvika Bhava, and all these different bhava mixing together to form rasa. And this is the basic of Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. And we have to learn this. It's not easy. It's a very technical terms and everything. But once we are familiar with it, just like when we learn a musical instrument, once we practice, then we can make good melodies. So same thing, if we keep on reading and keep on hearing and discussing, then we start understanding. And this is already the beginning, because also I'm the same. I spent 10 years in university, and I have many degrees, and I studied philosophy and comparative religion and different subjects which are very abstract. But I like to make things simple for people, because otherwise I have no one that I can communicate with. Nobody will understand all these technical words. And so this is also my specialty. I've been a teacher, and I've been for the 20 past years, I'm a priest. I'm a Christian priest. Most of the devotees, when they hear this, they become puzzled. They say, what is this? This is completely crazy. How can you do it? How can you do it? This is not possible. But for Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, there was never any problem. He said, oh, wow, that's really nice. I also wanted to be a priest when I was younger. And once when I was in Godruma, in his place, he made me listen to one of the Christian songs he was listening, once in a while, from the Hill song. This is a community, evangelical community. So, and so I knew the song, and he said, oh, I feel a little ashamed, but sometimes I listen to this. It was like kirtan for Christian, let's say, but he was very open like this, not at all critical. And we could even exchange things that I cannot even share, because it was very personal. I told him things that are very personal on a spiritual level, and also he did, he applied the Uparishamrita to his life, you should live in Braja. Tishtan Vraje Tadanuragi Jananugami. You have to try to spend your time in Braja and follow in the guidance of someone who is Ragatmika. And so that was his idea, that after Gurudev left, he first did his bhajan in Govardhan, then after in Radhakund, after that in Godruma, then he came back to Radhakund because he wanted to apply what Gurudev was saying, try to live in Vraja, not only by mind, but also by body, because if by mind, so many things can come to the mind, but if you wake up and then you are next to the Ganga, next to the Jalangi, next to the Radhakund, then the Udipan is so much higher, so much easier to chant and remember Kṛṣṇa, and then chant 64 rounds living in the Dham, and also be absorbed in the stories, Radha Kṛṣṇa, from Śrīmād Bhagavatam, the understanding of Jivadharma and all these different books that Srila Gurudev has published. He was very much absorbed in this, but also in personal dealing, dadati, pratigrinati, guya magati prachati, that we could, every time I will go to see him, I will bring something and he will offer something to me as a gift. And also we will share of realization. And sometimes we will not agree with the mainstream theological setting. But I know one time I asked him a question that was live and he answered, but then he called me and he said, well, you know, some devotees start chastising me, say, no, this is not the right Siddhanta and everything. You know, you should not have asked this question live. I said, sorry, I thought it was something, you know, I didn't think it was such a big deal. So we exchanged like this on different topics. And even, you know, a week ago, he sent me something about the inherited or the swarup of the jiva, is it inherent or inherited? He had a specific understanding of this, and so did I, and we could exchange and share things, and even if we did not agree with everybody else, it was okay. Like, he didn't agree with what happened in the institution after Gurudev left. He didn't make a big deal. He was now into politics, but he will confide with me that, you know, it was really not something nice. And I appreciate this friendship. I think that what he taught us, what he taught me, is that how to be. We have same guru. We are same guru varga, guru parampara. But I think that among devotees, sometimes we are not very friendly. And he was really teaching us how to become that kind of a friend, to care about others. You know, people don't really care how much you know until they know how much you care. This is a good, you know, way of saying it. And I'm always surprised that some of my god brothers sannyasi, I can never speak to them. For the past 24 years, I've seen them for Kartik, I see them here and there, and they never have the time to speak. And not, I'm saying speaking from their heart, speaking from their realization, not just speaking about politics. And I want to tell them this message, if ever they get it, you know, don't wait until I'm dead to say something nice about me. It will be too late. You know, like we are here in this world, this mad world, Marsyaroka. Everybody will have to leave one day, and it's very painful when you have some good relationship with a devotee. And we should show some kind of appreciation to each other, you know, like the Christian do, actually. You know, they're not so much, you know, into God consciousness, but they're more into this brotherhood consciousness. And this is sometimes lacking, but Maharaj, he had it perfectly. He was a friend to all, and so many people loved him. Just like Uma Didi, she was such a beautiful person, and so many devotees loved her. She touched everybody's heart. So was Maharaj also, and I am very sad that he left. I knew his health was not good. I knew it would happen, but I was hoping that I could see him again physically. But Kṛṣṇa has other plan. I know he's with Gurudev, so good for him. But he was always with Gurudev. There was never any loss. So thank you, Maharaj. Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, Śrīla Bhaktivedanta Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja ki jai. Om Panchakarpatarudacha Kripa Sindhu Gayavacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha.
Thank you so much, Prakāśātmā Prabhu. What a touching narration and illumination of the deeply personal ways that Maharaj touched you and brought a very personal way of relating into your life. I think this is something that has been like, I've been taking little notes throughout this Gatha series, and that's been a red thread, that there was something about how he was able to be a friend to anyone. How, you know, he could make anyone feel like, oh, we're on the same level. We can relate without the barrier of senior-junior relationships. That's something that I experienced as well, and it's I think you highlighted in quite an amazing way. This is not something that's so common, even in our community.
Yeah,
where
yeah, that's true.
we are being taught by the Upadeshamrita about this.
It should be. He's teaching us. He's teaching that.
Exactly this. So thank you so much for highlighting that. This is I think is also exactly for me always something that I'm trying to relate to people more just as people, as an individual, and to be normal, not to have the affectations of overt discrimination and critical thinking too much. People are people are all on their journeys, and sometimes I feel like we categorize people a little too much. Or they're devotees, they're non-devotees, they're karmis. We have all of these words, or they're senior, they're junior, they're Maharaj, they're this ashram, that varna. But it can really get in the way of actually sitting down and having a conversation. Thank you so much for contributing like this. I hope we get to hear you speak again on Bhakti Zoom many times more. So thank you so much, Prabhu. Next, I would like to invite Sriman Vipin Bihārī Prabhu to speak. Are you ready?
Haribol.
Yes, Prabhu.
Hare Kṛṣṇa, Prabhu.
Hare Kṛṣṇa. Gurve Gaurachandraya Shri Radhikāya Tadālaya Kṛṣṇāya Kṛṣṇa Bhaktāya Tadabhaktāya Namo Namaha. When I first heard that Maharaji has left, I just could not really believe that has actually happened. I did not have a lot of interaction with him over the last 1 decade or so, but when I first came to Srila Gurudev in 2009, he was the first sannyasi with whom actually I could talk very freely, like a friend, as we have been hearing from so many other devotees that he was very accessible, very approachable. He was not judgmental, and he allowed you to be, who you are. Now, I would like to, mention 2 very important things. One of them, his affection, his love, his attachment towards and for Srimad Bhagavatam, and I'm sure other devotees have spoken about it. In 2011, when Maharaji was giving classes on Shikshashtakam in Shri Gopinath Bhavan during January-December period, that's when I, would come in the morning and hear from him. And he would always ask me to get the entire set of Srila Prabhupada's Bhagavatam. And I was not paying any attention to his words. I was like, he's just saying it, So every time I would appear, he said, have you bought the entire set of Bhagavatam? I said, no. He pushed me so much to the point that I did not want to buy the entire set of Srila Prabhupada's Bhagavatam because I was in Vrindavan. So one day I bought the copies and I told him in the evening that, I have, purchased the whole set of Bhagavatam. And I remember that his eyes lit up. He was in Srila Gurudev's room in Gopinath Bhavan, and his eyes actually lit up. And I did not know why is he so excited about that. Then he told me something. He said, now when you're going to put Bhagavatam in your home on a shelf, this Bhagavatam would illuminate you. This Bhagavatam will illuminate your heart. It would remove the darkness and many impressions which you have on your heart for many, many lifetimes. He said, you may not know the effect of it until later stages in your life. And I was like, well, I did not know what he was trying to say, but I listened to what he said. He also made me purchase the entire Sarat Darshani of Shri Vishwanath Chakravarti Pad. And I was not a reader. Did not want to read many books. But then he inspired me so much to read Srimad Bhagavatam and read other books, which has left
a lifetime impression on my heart, because I would say only because of him, not only I studied Srimad Bhagavatam, and for the last 10 odd years, I've been also, giving saptahs on Srimad Bhagavatam. So he was the source behind that. He was the source behind allowing me to enter into these esoteric meanings also, written by Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Pad. And something I want to highlight, it's very, very important, which really impacted me. I think it was in 2015 or something. He was in Jaipur, and he came back from Jaipur, and he had headache for 3 days, 4 days, very severe headache. And that's when he had, I think that was the first heart attack which he had in Delhi. Because I associate with, Sri Radha Madhav Gaudiya Math in Faridabad, and I was giving classes there. I got to know that Maharaj, he had a heart attack. Me and Śrīpāda Bhaktivedanta Siddhanti Mahārāja, both of us went to Delhi, and Mahārāja was still in ICU. And I just want to highlight this over and over again, because that left such a deep impression on my heart, that the test of anyone's bhajan is when they are being tested the most, under the most critical time. He was in ICU, and I was allowed to go in. He had his, pipes, air pipes or food pipes, maybe. I don't know what all they have. And he was lying on the bed, and his eyes were slightly open. I walked inside, and I paid pranams to him, and he looked at me, and he was saying something to me. I could not understand what he was saying. So twice or thrice he asked me something I, could not understand. Then he asked me to get a piece of a pen and paper. This is happening in ICU. And doctors told me specifically that for about 10 minutes, he was not there in the body. They said, we did not know he would survive, and it was like he was almost gone. And that's like a first-hand experience which I had, first-hand information which I received from doctors. Maharaji said, give me pen and paper. He indicated me because he was not able to speak. So on this piece of paper, what did he write? He said, which canto? Just imagine, he's in ICU, pipes, not able to speak, had a major heart attack. And he looks at me because he gave me not the instruction, inspired me to read Srimad Bhagavatam. And in fact, through him, the whole world of Vishwanath Chakravarti Pad opened for me. Stavamrit Lahari, Sankalpa Kalpadrum, all those books which now I read nowadays. Had he not pushed so much Sara Darshani, probably Vishwanath Chakravarti Pad would have known an unknown personality to me, or probably just a name in Guru Parampara. So Maharaji said, which canto? Now, this is all happening in ICU. He said, which canto? And I said, third. Basically, he was asking me in ICU, which canto you're reading. And he just had an heart attack in the morning. He was not allowed to speak at all. He said, which canto? And I said, third, I'm reading. And then he said, very good. Very nice. Very nice. Then I told Maharaj, you'll get better. You'll get better very soon. He said, no. He said, no. He said, I'm going to come back very strongly. Now, that's his conviction. Now, this cannot happen without realization. Speaking about certain things, and living a life of a sadhu, living a life of a proper practitioner, very, very rare personality. Very rare personality. One time he mentioned to me in Godrum, he said, many people think that nowadays bhajan in seclusion is not possible. They think that everybody has to be Goshthanandi. Everybody has to be in a big group. He said, but I'm telling you, bhajan in seclusion is possible. It is possible. We should not outrightly reject it. And he was one of those rare persons who chose to live a life for everybody to focus on their practice. Every time he would meet anyone, he would ask about how is your chanting going on. He was not concerned about how much you're preaching and how much people you're bringing in. He was concerned about that. That's one thing which I wanted to mention, that in the most difficult time where people hardly speak, people hardly, respond. He said, which canto you're reading, shows that Bhagavatam was not just a book for him. When Sri Vyasadeva over and over says, Sadasev Vyasadaseva Srimad Bhagavati Varta, that Bhagavatam is not different from Kṛṣṇa. And we've been hearing this from so many other devotees. So without taking too much of time, I just want to mention one more beautiful thing which he specifically mentioned to me in Govardhan. Next to our mutt in Govardhan, he built this home. And once he told me that, he can sit at one place and he can chant his 64 rounds without any problem. He said, he can sit in one place and there's no problem. But then he said, you should not do it. I said, why? He said, because you will become detached from the material world. He said, I know you are very attached to material world, but then if you chant 64 rounds like I do, you will become detached from material world. So I would not recommend this for you. Then during that time, he was trying to arrange some preaching programs in India. He was meeting with people, I think some Indian people, and he was trying to make friends and families with them to increase his preaching in Indian soil. He said, one day I was chanting, and he specifically told this to me. He said, I was chanting and Srila Gurudev came to me. So when he first said Srila Gurudev came to me, I thought maybe a svurti, maybe in a dream, right? I said, that's what I thought. Maybe in a svurti it came. It was just a dream or just a thought of Srila Gurudev, or some inspiration in the heart. He said, Srila Gurudev came to me and said, these are his words. He said, Tridaṇḍī, you're thinking that there's so many people who will help you. You think that all these people who you're trying to make relationship with are going to provide you support. But I'm telling you, only I am yours. Only I am yours. You can make relationships with them, but eventually I am the only person who would help you under all circumstances, and I would never leave you. So when Maharaj mentioned to me that, Gurudev came to him, I asked him, Maharaj, what do you mean by Gurudev came to you? He came in spurti? He came in a dream or just a thought, an inspiration? He said, I'm telling you straightforward, he came. He came means he came to me. And I do not have doubts. Recently, last interaction of mine in Godrum, I asked him the same question. I said, Maharaj, one time you mentioned that Srila Gurudev came to you. In a very, in a very light manner, he said, which one you're talking about? Because Gurudev comes to me all the time. He said, he keeps on coming to me all the time. The way his whole journey is, it is truly, truly inspirational. And I'm sure his disciples and those who are his followers must make his lectures, which are very, very powerful. His lectures are filled with realization. His lectures are filled with dedication to Srila Gurudev, the sacrifices which he has made, very real and very human. Very, very real and very, very human. Another thing, just to end, I started giving Bhagavatam Saptas, and one time I met him and I said, Maharaj, I read in the first canto that the qualities of a speaker of a Bhagavatam should be that he is free from all sins. There's no sins in the 7th shloka of the first canto. That a disciple or the one who is speaking must be free from sin. And I said, Maharaj, but I am not free from sin. So how can I, go and sit on Vyasasana, or how can I even sit on any asana to be able to present Srimad Bhagavatam? He said, you're right that you're not free from sin. So you must know your position and reveal that you are not free from sin to everybody before you start speaking, so that you become free from any type of doership, so that no one sees you as an authority. They see Srimad Bhagavatam as the authority, not you. So you will not incur the sin or the aparadh of just repeating what is mentioned in Srimad Bhagavatam. So these were very, very powerful exchanges which I had with him. He kept on saying to me when he first built this home in Govardhan, he said, I built a room for you upstairs to come and stay here, at least come here for some time. I did not go. To my wife also, he kept on saying, come to Godrum, stay with me. And, you know, there was no other aspiration except bhajan. You know, he did not want to become something big. And that is what made him very, very approachable. And he would appreciate, you know, even if he knows your faults, he would encourage you from where you are. So when I was asked to speak about him, I said these two instances, which has opened up so many things for me, especially the whole mood of Srila Gurudev through Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Pad. If he was not there, I definitely can say that Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Pad would just have remained a name in the Guru Parampara, not the same impression which I have received through him. So miss him a lot for sure. When these Zoom classes take place, it feels like that he's just there and he will just speak, like that voice is so familiar, right? That is recently their interactions, during Navdeep and Brajmandal Parikrama. So I pay my pranams unto him. Very beautiful life he lived, inspired so many, and absolutely no doubt that he did what he was supposed to do, and he's definitely at a place, which Srila Gurudev with the entire Guru Parampara and with Srimati Radhika and Shri Krishna, without doubt about that. Pujapad Srila Bhakti Vedanta Shri Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja ki jai. Samasta Vaishnav Vrind ki jai. Shnitai Gaur Premanande. Hari 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 Bol. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Bihārī Prabhu. What a touching way to honor your relationship with Maharaj and the impact that he had on you and he had on your practice, your reading. I think this was a particular thing that he did for actually so many people. This is becoming more and more clear as well, how he encouraged people to read, how he made it came from a very friendly place, that encouragement, and that a very sort of he managed to be this ever well-wisher while not coming from a place of seeming like seniority, and at the same time encouraging so many people to read more, to honor these books more, and to be introduced to these new, well, not new, but these incredible acharyas and authors and books from our Guru Varga. So thank you so much for illuminating this aspect of Srila Maharaj. Next, I would like to welcome Pran Kiśora from London to speak about his relationship with Srila Maharaj. Welcome, Pran.
Hare Krishna. Hare all. Dandava Pranam. All Vaishnavas, Vaishnavis, thank you for giving me the opportunity to offer Pushpanjali for Śrīpāda Bhakti Vedanta Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, who was just like an absolute titan, like big presence in the Sangha, and everyone was always aware of him. But at the same time, he was so reserved and private. And I found that privacy that he kept gave him an ability to be so present and available and in direct connection whenever anybody came in front of him. I didn't get to meet with Maharaj so many times, so I feel a little bit shy speaking about his glories in front of, just after someone like Vipin Bihārī, who had such a close, touching relationship with him. But I met him a number of times, a couple of times, once in his house in Godrum, and then once where he was staying in Surabi Kunj, and once twice in Godrum and once in Surabi Kunj. I met him, and then over the Zoom meetings from Parikrama, so many times Maharaj was such a familiar presence, and you could depend every Kartik, every Gaurapunim time, you could depend that Maharaj is going to be there, and he's going to be delivering amazing Harikatha for anybody who's not fortunate enough to be there and going and taking the dust of the places. He would always speak, like Vipin Bihārī Prabhu said, like his Harikatha was very, very deep and very powerful, and it was full of realization. And he would always speak in such a way that really, just by listening on Zoom, you feel like 100% like like you are present in the place that he's speaking about, and even closer, because his Harikatha was so deep and so detailed that sometimes you could even, your meditation could touch deeper than if you were actually there among all of the hustle and bustle and bumping around. So Maharaj was just a completely magnanimous person. I remember the first time I met him, I was with some of my godbrothers, some other brahmacharis from Faridabad. We were in Navadvip, and a tutor, Kṛṣṇa Prabhu, he said, let's go and see Chaitanya Maharaj. I never met Maharaj before, and he took a group of us to go and visit him. And he was so welcoming. Him and Tapasvi Maharaj were living together at that time, and he was so welcoming. And they both just welcomed us in, and they recognized a few of our number, and the boys like me and my godbrother who he didn't recognize, he asked, what is your name? Where are you from? How long have you been practicing? Who's your Guru Maharaj? And just really sincerely creating a relationship with us. He was so kind in that way that he always gave so freely of his time. He gave so freely, so much love and affection. So another time I went to meet him in Sarabi Kunj. I was with my partner Rasika, and we went to see him. I'd been messaging him, arranging that we would come and visit, and he saved us prasadam. He was so welcoming and just really encouraging us both. Okay, what are your plans? Why don't you come and stay sometime in the Dham? Why don't you come and stay here in Sarabi Kunj? You can rent a room, and just explaining how easy it is. You just have to save a little bit of money, and just making this thing which seemed like so distant seem so available and so possible to us. And as a result, just over the last year or so, we've been making preparations that we want to go for like a long visit to the Dham. And my desire was that I would have an opportunity to go and be close with Maharaj and hear from him a little bit more and develop a little bit more relationship with him. But that will have to happen in an internal sense. But his Harikatha is so available for everyone that we can all connect with him, and everybody knows that, if I went to go and see Maharaj now, what advice would he give me? Read Jaiva Dharma, read Srimad Bhagavatam. When I was with him in Sarabi Kunj with Rasika, then he was just offering me this opportunity to be going through Srimad Bhagavatam one chapter at a time and taking notes, memorizing the notes, and then to send him a voice note just summarizing everything that I had assimilated from the chapter. And then he would give like a feedback on, okay, what were some of the important points you missed. And unfortunately, I didn't manage to maintain for so long. Just a couple of chapters, we bounced back and forth, and it was incredibly nourishing. But unfortunately, I didn't manage to maintain. But just when the fact that Maharaj was so consistent with his instructions, so consistent with his advice, just stick to the process, read Srimad Bhagavatam, systematically go through Srimad Bhagavatam and learn something about it, and assimilate Jaiva Dharma. Everything's in Jaiva Dharma. And Maharaj established this by such impeccable personal example, by just going to live in the holy place where Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur actually wrote Jaiva Dharma in Sarabi Kunj, and going there and meditating and going deep into his bhajan. And he was really one of a kind. I remember just hearing now Bihārī Prabhu saying how he was like a Brajanānandi in an age where there are hardly no Brajanānandis, and we have this idea that it's impossible to be Brajanānandi. But at the same time as going very, very deep into his own bhajan and putting that first, he still managed to find so many ways to be to contribute something so magical and so valuable to the lives of so many people in our Sangha. So I just feel incredibly fortunate to have, even just being able to be in his proximity, and for him to be able to recognize me, see me, know my name, to have a relationship with him, to be able to hear his amazing Harikatha on Zoom, and to be able to just remember him. And in this time now that we're deprived of his physical association in this world, we can still easily stay close to him anytime, because like I said, we know he had these consistent points that you should go deep into Srimad Bhagavatam, you should go deep into Jivadharma. So anytime we want to follow Maharajas, we want to seek Maharajas' counsel or seek Maharajas' advice, for me, I just feel like I can pick up Jivadharma, and I know that would be what he would be advising me to do to deepen my spiritual practice, because he was completely dedicated to the works of Bhaktivinoda Thakur and dedicated to the works of Srila Gurudev. He is like a shining example of this verse. Achinoti yasastratam acharya sapyatyapi swayam acharati yasmat acharyastena kirtita. He's saying that, you know, what is an acharya? An acharya is one who studies the sastra. Achinoti yasastratam. And he also assimilates and lives by that. He also practices, not just studying, but also applying. And he doesn't only apply, but he also teaches others how to apply in their own lives. And this is like in the Sastra, the definition given of what is really an acharya, what is the meaning of an acharya. An acharya is a devotee who assimilates the scriptures, studies the scriptures, applies the scriptures, and trains and guides others on the path to actually becoming perfect in that same way. And Maharaj, he saw that potential in absolutely everyone, that anyone can come and study the scriptures, anyone can come and go deep into bhajan, and he was just so ready and available to support on that path. To me, that it really makes him the definition of a well-wisher, and it's so hard in this day and age to come across someone who will with so much personal love and affection, actually take your hand and guide you through the deeper waters of this process. I'm just regretting, after hearing this terrible news, that I say terrible for us, but for Maharaj, he left in Govardhan near Radhakund, I believe, in the Brahma Muhurta time. He was chanting on his japa before he left. So terrible for us, but for him, he's just continuing his service. But there's terrible news that, you know, Maharaj left, and after hearing, you know, this news, then that was my big regret, just that I didn't take the time while I had it to go deeper into my relationship with him and to form a deeper bond. But he was very available, and so my god brother Ananta Kṛṣṇa, he's been a very affectionate guide in recent times. And I don't think there's any single Vaishnava or Vaishnavi within our Sangha who you couldn't ask and get a story or an experience or a whole description of an intimate relationship. So he was many things to many different devotees, and to all of us he was like a friend and a guide, and he will certainly be missed. So I'll just leave it there. I had 15 minutes. Just remembering Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja's ideal example, and praying that a particle of dust from his lotus feet can land on my head for my purification, and that, you know, this Pushpanjali, you know, I can gain some benefit of narrating the glories of a wonderful Vaishnava like His Grace, Śrīpāda Bhaktivedanta Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja. Vancha kalpatarubhascha kripasindubhyevacha cha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prāṇa. And actually, that one time that you went and visited him in Surabikund, I was there, of course, as I'm sure you remember, but that was the only time I met him in person. Although I was fortunate to like have some different interactions with him like over the years through Bhakti Zoom, that was the one time I actually met him in person, and it made such a deep impression visiting him there. I'm sure same with you. So thank you so much. You were certainly part of the reason why I went. So Jai Dandavad Pranams, and nice to see you as well. Come back to England soon. Very bold. Okay, so our next speaker is a dear friend of Śrīpāda Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, who Maharaj recently introduced me to, actually, although we haven't been able to meet up yet in person. He connected me with him to get a copy of the Navadvip Dharm Parikram book before we did the Zoom Parikram around a month ago. So so I'm very fortunate to ask him to share something with us. Sriman Madana Gopāla Prabhu.
Radhe. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Gurave Gaurachandraya Radhikaya Tadalaye Kṛṣṇa Bhaktaya Tad Bhaktaya Namo Namaha. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Radhikaya Priyatmane Shri Śrīmad Bhaktivedanta Narayanaiti Namine. Thank you. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak about Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja. I'm not sure how it's going to come out because, to be honest, I'm actually still a little heartbroken. I've known Maharaj for 20 years, and he is my best friend, my mentor, my teacher, my guardian, and my Siksha Guru. And so I guess first stage of grief is denial. So I'm not really there yet. I'm still processing the loss of such an important part of my life. And I will transcendentalize it and become maybe less sentimental. But everything was to do with the heart with Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja. So I'm sure he will help to mend my heart. Actually, even already I can notice that now I've decided to listen to Roy Ramananda Samvat classes again. I started to listen to that, and there is so much more nourishment that's coming, and I can understand, in theory at least, the deepening of the relationship due to separation. But what a wonderful personality, and so nice to hear everybody speaking about him. Interestingly, I called him my best friend. My children used to say, actually one of my kids used to say to me, you say he's your best friend, but he has a best friend in every country, in every town. And I thought, yeah, that's actually makes him even more lovable, that he had so many best friends. But I was his best friend, because he used to tell me all the time. But okay, so I'll go back 2005 when I first met him. And so I was with the devotees since the late 80s, early 90s. I was working in the Goshala at Bhaktivedanta Mana, but I was done with association of devotees. I was fried out. I was upset with ISKCON, with the institution, with the rules. It was patriarchal. I was completely blown out. I was in love with the cows, so I just carried on doing my service. But I didn't really deal with sannyasis or anything like that. Somebody asked me, we had a big living room in my house, and somebody said, oh, there's somebody has just taken sannyas from Srila Narayan Maharaj. He's a really wonderful speaker. Can he come to your house to do a kirtan, not a kirtan, a program? Because he speaks so nicely. And I was like, no, I don't do sannyasis. I was just in that really rebellious mood. And then I was on the phone to a friend of mine who lived in Tipi Valley, another Tipi Hare Krishna, and he said, and I was telling him about it, and he said, who is it? Who are they talking about? I said, his name's Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja. And he said, no, he's different. Have him in your house, 100%, because he'd met him the year before. So anyway, I contacted, I think it was Jagatam at the time, said, okay, let's do this program. But when Maharaj was coming, he was due to arrive. I wanted to sort of demonstrate how I was not a devotee, so I wanted to stand outside, and I was having a cigarette outside the front door when he arrived, because I wanted him to see I'm not one of these guys, you know. And I'd fallen into bad habits and I was smoking cigarettes, but I timed it deliberately. We were actually talking about this just a few weeks ago, me and Maharaj. Anyway, he turned up in the car and obviously everybody was pranams and everything like that. And I went forward to shake his hand and he just grabbed both my hands and he looked into my eyes with his big grin and he said, "So glad to meet you." Immediately, he got me straight away. I was melted on the spot, you know. And he came into the house, he gave class. I was just listening at the door. I didn't really want to get too involved, but he said one verse, Radha Krishna Pranaya Vikriti Ladini Shakti Ashmat, Ekatmanav Api Bhuvi Puradeha Bedam Gatata, and so on. This is, I think, verse 5, Adi Lila Chaitanya Charitamrita. And Radha and Krishna are one in identity and separated themselves eternally. And they come together in the form of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And I had never heard this before. I'd never heard anything like it. I'd been with devotees for so many years, and it was almost like all those missing links all of a sudden came together. So at the end of the class, I put my hand up. I asked him to go deeper into that verse. And immediately he started talking about Radharani and Shakti Tattva, and I was mesmerized. And I thought, where has this come from? And all of my anger at the devotees, at the ISKCON, at the Hare Krishna world, was immediately evaporating. So he actually stayed after, and then he came back. And then within a week or two, I was driving him around the UK. And we went on road trips, going to different programs in Bath and Bristol, different places. And so when you're driving with Maharaj, and this was my great pleasure to drive him many, many times, there was so much conversation. He had so much to offer, such depth of understanding of bhakti, depth of understanding of sadhana, and he wanted to share it because he was enthusiastic and he wanted to give other people that enthusiasm. He didn't want to share that. He didn't want to keep it to himself. So, yeah, and ultimately, actually another road trip, incidentally, we took with my 6-year-old daughter. So it was just me and Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja and my 6-year-old daughter. We went on a road trip all the way up to the north of England, right into the Highlands of Scotland. We stopped at a few places. Devashi's place in Grimsby. We stayed there a few days, did a couple of little programs. And we ended up in Inverness, where Maharaj was a guest speaker at a pagan gathering. And it was such a bizarre thing because it was like a witch's house full of witches. But Maharaj just sat there and he delivered Mahaprabhu to them. And, one person, they were all, but one person was interested. And Maharaj was so happy that one person was captured by that. And of course, I ended up in Navadvip. And Maharaj placed me at the lotus feet of my Gurudev, Srila Narayan Maharaj, and I'm ever grateful for Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja for being that person who gave me to Srila Gurudev. And I'll come back to that. But actually, there was just, I have thousands of stories, but there was one particular thing that happened in my life. Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja would come to England, and when he would come, and he used to come sometimes twice a year, and he would always say, how's mum and dad? Let's go see mum and dad. And he would come just to visit my parents. And I think 3, maybe 4 or 5 times he came to my parents' house. My mum would bake a special cake. She knew not to put eggs in it, and she knew not to taste it or touch it. And we would get there, Maharaj would offer the cake, and then we would have tea and cake with my mum and dad. They were like in their late 70s at this time. And they loved him. They called him Swami, and they loved him. They were born-again Christians, but they'd fallen away a little bit from their church because their church was so judgmental and so doctrinal. And then they met this heartly sannyasi. Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja would turn up for tea in his full saffron, and we would sit there, and he would sit and talk to my father for an hour on theology, and my mum would make the tea and the cake and everything. Even one time he brought a video about reincarnation to show them. He was so excited. And they loved him. They called him Swamiji. And actually it very much deepened my own relationship with my parents, especially with their souls. And to the point where my parents, when they left this world, I was, both of them, 2 years apart, but I was by their side, and they were listening to Srila Prabhupada chanting, and they had tilak and tulsi mala and tulsi leaves and Harinam chadar, Ganges water, all of this as they left their body. And I was chanting to them as they left. And this was because of Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja. And he actually, when my dad was cremated, I took the ashes and gave them to Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, and he put them in the Ganga. And when my mum passed away 2 years later, I brought the ashes, and then I put my mother's ashes in the Ganga, but under the supervision of Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja. And so he wasn't just, he never was my teacher. He was actually part of the family. All my family loved him. My kids actually, they had a name for him. And I was like a single parent at a later point, a single parent of three kids, but 2 of them were living at home. And we're a big Lord of the Rings household. So the name that they gave him would only make any sense to people who know Lord of the Rings. But they used to call him Gandalf the Pink. All right. So Gandalf obviously transformed from Gandalf the Grey to Gandalf the White. But they thought he was the ultimate transformation of Gandalf the Pink, because he always had his saffron cloth on. And he had the mood of Gandalf, this soft heartliness, but authority. There was a combination. So then I used to visit him every year in India. I used to go, and wherever he was, I would find him. I would catch up with him. One time in Puri, one time in Bangalore, actually more recently in Bangalore. In Godruma, I used to stay, and in Sarabikunj. Actually, initially, it all started off in Govardhan and in Vrindavan. I used to stay with him then. Sometimes I took my kids. He came and took my kids, and we put them in Radhakund. And yeah, he would always give me a room next to him, and he would always look after my needs. He would make sure I had enough blankets, always that I had a kettle, because he knew I liked my morning brew. Everything, he would take care of all facilities. Always saying that because I looked after him, he wants to look after me. He always nourished me. And I learned a lot by living in a next room to him. He would spend hours and hours and hours and hours on his own doing sadhana in the mornings. He would be up 2 o'clock in the morning, 1 o'clock, sometimes earlier, sometimes that. And he wouldn't want to talk to anybody, not really till breakfast time. He was in deep. And he was exemplifying that to me. And I would move into that rhythm when I was with him. I would get up really early, and I would chant a lakh rounds. And he would just give me so much encouragement. And that's how I felt when I was next to him, always encouraged in going deeper into my sadhana, and always books. He was giving me books. I have so many, actually all of my books. Bhaktivinoda Thakur's books, and Raghunath Goswami and Rupa Goswami. And he would always be excited to tell me and show me. So I was very lucky. Even during COVID, I managed to sneak out the country and get into India. It wasn't easy, but I managed to get in and spend some time there with him in Godruma. Yeah, and of course, many other things. I think lots of people have spoken about the Japa retreats. They were incredible. I attended 3. Actually, the very first one we had in England. It was his inaugural Japa retreat we had in a forest in Surrey, in a little cottage. It was actually a youth hostel with a wood fire. And Jagatam was there, Yashashwini Didī was there, and just a dozen people. But we went very deep. We all went very deep, and it was a very beautiful experience, which I think created an impression that lasts for eternity. When you spend that much time with the holy name, that much time with the sadhu, that much time with the inspiration that he brought from Srila Gurudev. And I heard someone talking about the Japa retreats before. He used to have Gurudev socks, and that particular time when, because it was a monobrat, nobody would speak. Apart from in the evening when we were sharing, and when you were sharing, only the person holding Srila Gurudev's socks would be able to speak. So we used to go around in a circle. It was a beautiful time, beautiful time. And then I've got a few notes that I've written down here. One of them says school, and this is actually a place that I've witnessed to be so dear to Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, was the Golden Avatar Gurukul in Navadvip. And he took me there and introduced me. And I used to go with him when I was in Godruma. We used to go. And then also I would sit in with the classes. He would give them class every week. And these kids were incredible. And some of them came from very unfortunate backgrounds. But the head teacher there, Dahlia, and her brother Subal, they nourished these kids under the guidance of Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja. I never saw his eyes light up as much as I did when the kids were reciting verses from Chaitanya Charitamrita and Apita Chirimcharat, Radha Krishna Pranaya Bikrita, and Sri Radhaya Pranaya. And they used to recite it as the whole school would recite it. And then he would ask them to explain it, and they would explain it. And he was so overjoyed that these kids would know this deep tattvas. They were all really shastrically eloquent, and he was so proud of them. And it was a great joy to watch them. And of course, his classes, I was listening to Vaikanas Maharaj saying the other day that he kind of like almost pioneered these sort of like online classes. And I've been following him over the years through the various different ones, and Jaiva Dharma being obviously very powerful, and the Chaitanya Charitamrita, which he is doing right now up until the point of Roy Ramanath Sanva. So yeah, I'd like to just finish by speaking about when I was with Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja and Sri Narayan Maharaj, Sri Gurudev, in the Venice Festival. I actually can't remember what year it was. But I was very fortunate always to have the affection of Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja. One time at the festival, I got a message from Maharaj. He said, "Be in my room in 2 minutes, put tilak on." So I did. I could rushed, put the tilak on, and I went to Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja's room. He just grabbed me by the hand and he led me through, and we came in the back somewhere, and there we were, just me and him and Srila Narayan Maharaj. And because at this time, at this part of Narayan Maharaj's pastimes, he was always surrounded by thousands of people, but on this occasion, it was just the three of us. And what I witnessed there was when Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja came, Narayan Maharaj was sitting on the bed, Srila Gurudev, looking radiant and beautiful and effulgent like he did. And he saw Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, and he had this big grin, like he was overjoyed to see Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja. And Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja went and he put his head directly on Gurudev's feet, and Gurudev just slapped him on the back several times, like really hard, laughing, the joy that was coming out of Gurudev to see Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja. And that was something to behold, just to witness that affection, that heartliness that came from Srila Gurudev, which was infused into Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja. And then I was very fortunate because Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja dragged me over and put me in front of Srila Gurudev, and then I got some beautiful conversations there for another time. But later in that festival, and I'll finish now because I think I'm maybe going over my time a bit, but this is really important. The sort of summary for me. Later in that festival, I wanted to speak to Gurudev, and I'd had a lot of domestic trouble and upheaval, and I was going through so many things, and he'd gone to take rest, so I waited outside his room. There was no one else there. It was just me sitting. The sun was like 35 degrees, and I was just determined I will be the first person to speak to him when he comes out. And Madhu Maharaj became quite concerned for me. Actually, I was sitting in the sun, so Madhu Maharaj came. He brought me an umbrella to shade myself from the sun. And then an hour later, I think actually Brajanātha Prabhu, he came. He brought me prasadam. He brought everything that they cooked and some of Srila Gurudev's remnants. He brought me that and sat there. So, and then another hour passed, and Madhava Maharaj came and he asked me, "What's going on? Why are you here?" So I spoke to him at length, actually, about all my troubles, and I mean, they were just entanglements in the material world. He asked me lots of questions, and then he got it. And then when Narayana Maharaj finally came out, when Gurudev came out, and suddenly 500 people appeared from nowhere, which was the way, Madhu Maharaj took me over to Narayana Maharaj and started speaking to him in Hindi, but he spoke very clearly and very loudly in Gurudev's ear, because Gurudev was a little hard of hearing. And all the time Madhu Maharaj was conveying what I had spoken to him, to Gurudev. Gurudev was looking me directly in the eyes. And he must have, I'm not sure what he was thinking, but and then when Madhu Maharaj finished, Gurudev leant over to me and he said, "Be strong." That was it. That was just his reply to all my material trouble. And then he said, and he turned slightly to my side and he said, "Stick with him." And he pointed. And unbeknownst to me at the time, Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja was standing right next to me, witnessing the whole thing. And so his instruction very strongly to me was to stick with Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja. And it wasn't a difficult instruction to follow, because Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja had my heart. My whole life was woven into my relationship with him. My spiritual life was woven into my relationship with him. So Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, he took me to Srila Narayana Maharaj, and Srila Narayana Maharaj, Srila Gurudev, he gave me back to Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja. And how blessed am I? And how blessed are we all to have come into contact with a personality like him. Somebody just said Titan. I really like that. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. Vanchakalpa Turubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhyo Cha Patitanam Bhavnebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namah. Radhe Radhe.
Thank you so much, Madam Gopāla Prabhu, and I hope to see you soon. Haribol. Take care. And next we'll go back to Srimad Madhumaṅgala Prabhu, who is now relieved of his emceeing duties. Why is he grinning so much? I don't know. And now is just a regular speaker. So I'll hand over to you.
Thank you. It's funny hearing you say the words Srimad Madhumaṅgala Prabhu. That's all. Jnanatimidandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Namam Vishnupādaya Radhikaya Priyatmane Shri Srimad Bhaktivedanta Narayana Namine. Jakalpatarubhyascha Kripasindhubhyeva Cha Padiranam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. First of all, I would like to offer my obeisances to my Srila Gurudev, Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayana Goswami Maharaj, and to the entire Guru Varga, to Srila Bhaktivedanta Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, and to all the assembled Vaishnavas and Vaishnavis. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak, to purify my tongue and my heart. I feel grateful that I can hear all of you speak in the way that you have about Maharaj, because frankly, it's been what I've needed to start to acknowledge the fact of his passing. I think I was just completely unable to process, realize, feel it in any way as real that this had occurred until I started to hear people speaking yesterday, and started with Srimati Anurādhā Didī's wonderful glorification, and from then on. And so I'm so grateful for that, because it was actually when I first got the news, it was like I was like, yes, okay, this is real. I have to accept that this is real. But number one, so many things were going on at the time in my life. And number two, I think it was just kind of impossible to let it be real for me, at least for some time. I was like, I need to have some space for this to be real, and this has been providing that for me and probably for many others. I resonated with so many things that devotees have spoken about, and it made me reflect, I think, in new ways on the existing experiences that I had with Maharaj, or in some cases it made me reflect on them for the first time, because fortunately or unfortunately my relationship with him was very instinctive, natural, and not at all thought out in any massive way. He was just someone that was there in my life, and that for some reason, and today we are hearing more and more about these reasons, that he decided to just be present, to be this witness, as someone that is like a friend, someone that is also like a spiritual mentor, in many ways my spiritual uncle, or senior god brother, or different kinds of things, names that I could give him. But every time that I somehow or another ended up in a room together with him, and when I think about it, I think, how crazy is that it just happened so many times, in Godroom, because we were neighbors essentially. And I would always try to make a point to go and visit him. I'm very proud of myself for that, because I could have just not. I could have just taken it more for granted, even though I took it for granted to some degree that he was there. I made sure to visit him as much as I could whenever I was there, and he would always have that. There was this phrase that Madhumaṅgala Prabhu said, "So glad to meet you." This immediately, it made me feel like he was in the room, because he had exactly this. This is a sentence I've heard. This is a sentence that embodies, the way that he had this immediate, joyful way of meeting you, and exactly just you, who you are right now. Like, it wasn't about you got to be this or you got to be that. It's just who you are right now. I'm really glad to meet you. And he was always excited to hear about how I was doing, and pushing at the same time. Encouraging and making me feel encouraged and uh, uh, enthusiastic about my own things that I was enthusiastic about, sort of like affirming the desires that we have in bhakti, that desires that we had, that we were ready to express, and being encouraging, saying you should read this, you should read that, and then sort of like really meeting you where you are at, and then giving you like a small little next step that made sense, that was easy to sort of see the sense of, because obviously there are so many things that we could be and we should be, we want to be doing in bhakti, and it's this vast process and journey, but it can feel daunting when you think about it like that. And Maharaj, I think, had an incredible ability to simplify it, to make it feel like there's just simple next step right here waiting for you, and it's really amazing that you are where you're at, and look, this is exciting. And he would have this excitement that was very natural. It was not forced, it was not put on. He was genuinely excited to hear how you were doing and where you're at in Krishna consciousness, and excited to talk about that. And like, what does someone like him have to gain from talking to me? But nonetheless, it felt like it was nourishing for him as well, to be speaking about whatever my level of realization was, and then to have this exchange. And I remember one of our, I think, if not maybe our last in-person meeting, him giving me so many books as well, because he was hearing about, how I was having a good time in London, and I was also having like a bit of a intense sort of meeting with Godroom, and he had these amazing little books that he had written for Godroom specifically, and about Surabhi Kunj, and talking about the Namahata, that marketplace of the holy name. And I was really like, I had really appreciated just coming across one of those little booklets, and
Maharaj immediately was like, yes, take more, take these ones as well. And you know, they're sitting in a little box here in my room, and I'm just happy that they're there, and you know, that there is so much that he created, material that he created, that you know, it's been highlighted by so many people today. He made these coursework materials. He produced things that are actually enduring and that are there for us to take advantage of if we can. But also, I'm starting to appreciate, oh, you know, that japa retreat is something I never went on. And I think when it was happening, I was like, oh yeah, I've heard about japa retreats before, and I can go to this anytime. He'll just keep doing them. And now I'm thinking, silly me, just because something is accessible at some point doesn't mean it will always be. And I want to try, and I'm praying to the devotees present and to Maharaj that through this experience, I will have more greed that I'm ready to apply to take advantage of the incredible people around me, the incredible relationships that I'm privileged to have with so many amazing devotees, to keep making new ones and to keep growing the ones that I have and to keep taking advantage of the ones that are still here. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. And please give your blessings. Vancha kalpatarubhyascha kripasindubhyavacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha.
Thank you so much, and sorry for throwing you off at the start.
Oh, good. It was just funny.
Anyway, next we'll go to Nityānanda Prabhu. Will speak. Śrīman Nityānanda Prabhu. Jai Bol.
Jai Hari Bol. Wow. Thank you, Mālā. That was beautiful, beautiful description. And yeah, it encapsulates so much of what I'm feeling as well. You know, spending so many years in India, and still I didn't get to spend not even a full year with Maharaj in India, you know. At most I was maybe a month, the most. Anyways. Omagyanatimindasya gyanangyana shalakaya shakshurupmilitam jana tasmai shri gurave namaha. Gurave Gurachandraya Radhikaya Tadalaye Krishnaya Krishna Bhaktaya Tabhaktaya Namo Namaha. Yeah, Maharaj, he really impressed a lot on me personally about to take seriously the path of bhakti. It doesn't mean that it cannot be fun. It just means, you know, it's important to keep in mind that at this moment in life, you know, we don't know when we're gonna go, and we must take advantage and try to progress as much as possible. And he used to say, you know, I met him a few times in India. First time I saw him was in 2009 in Govardhan. Service was to distribute prasadam. So we'll go around with a bucket, a big spoon, and giving prasadam to all the devotees. And obviously I will start always, you know, Vaisnavas Acharya, we have to begin with the sannyasis. So we'll get a big bucket or a big tray with prasadam and go to the sannyasis area. They will have, you know, a small side of the prasadam hall, and there will be anywhere between 5 to 10 sannyasis sitting there. So I would ask, you know, Samosa Maharaj, Pakora Maharaj, Kachori Maharaj, and he will look at me, he will laugh, he will be like, my name is Tridaṇḍī. And that was, you know, he will make fun of this, and I'm calling out, you know, the sannyasis and telling the name of the food that I'm distributing, and he will like, my name is Tridaṇḍī, you know, and very great, very serious like that, but you can see like a smirk in the corner of the eye. But yeah, that was the year 2009 that I got a pot and the stove and everything to cook for the sannyasis. So I repeated the same thing again in Nava the next year, in the following year, but it began everything in Govardhan during the parikram. So I was making very simple prasadam, you know, just something that I could eat without that much chili in it. I like a lot chili. However, I missed to have a spoon of something without the intense fire in the mouth. So to say, well, if I like this, someone else might like it. So I was preparing some very simple things, you know, making just a soup, boiling a few of these different Indian potatoes, you know, that they're very big and the skin looks like elephant hide. But yes, finding any kind of vegetables I could around the market in Govardhan, and then making soup. I was just, my focus was I need to make soup because it's got two very important things that we need for parikrama. We need hydration and we need something green. So that was my focus, you know. So I was making that, and Maharaj heard about that, and he came with the Nemi Maharaj, Saja Maharaj. I don't know if Sudadvaita Maharaj also came, and Padmanabha Maharaj. So I remember, you know, the first time I gave some prasadam, Maharaj came up to me and he grabbed me by the shoulder and says, "Thank you. Thank you very much for looking after us." I felt, wow, okay. He really means it. You know, it's not just an empty gesture that he's trying to pretend to be humble, you know. No, no, no. You could feel it from the heart. He was really meaning every single word, you know. Thank you very much for this service. Then obviously, background first time in India for me. I'm there, you know, so many colors, so much noise everywhere, and yes, he was telling me it's very important that you try to participate in the Harikatha, even if you don't understand Bengali, you don't understand Hindi. Sit there and listen. Your heart will understand. You know, Paramatma and the soul both are there, sitting there, and by the grace of Paramatma, you will understand something. Something will stay there. So it did give me some inclination to participate in the Harikathas, in the Bengali and the Hindi ones. And I remember that Maharaj, you know, he said, my greatest misfortune is that I do not know Bengali and Hindi. He used to say this, I wish I would have, you know, learned this from a younger age, Bengali and Hindi, then I could, you know, just read directly the books, listen directly to the Harikatha. Then 2010, after Bengal Prachar, went to Navadvip, and again, okay, everybody heard about the prasadam that I was making in Govardhan. So then the devotees again approached me. One lady said, "Oh, I have a stove." Someone else says, "Oh, I have a pot. Or I have this and that." And we started to make something, but it was more difficult to make soup in Navadvip. So then we started making pastas. We will get from the market just dry pasta and easy to cook, and get a few different green leafy vegetables that you can find in Bengal. And you know, small pot, you have to make 5 times the batch of boiling the pasta and then transfer to a big bucket and then do it again. So I would cook, you know, for 2 hours before everybody will show up to take some of this pasta prasadam. And I remember Maharaj, he will come with his Stephen. He will get it, you know, for only he will cover it and he says, I need to go, I have to go back to my room. And I said, but Maharaj, you don't want to sit and eat with everybody. I said, no, I don't want them to see me eating. So he will go, you know, take some prasadam like that and leave back to his room. Then we had, you know, these few interactions here and there. Sometimes we will get to a place on the parikram. I remember the Nrsimhapali parikram, part of the parikram is very tough, very difficult, very long distance walking. I was bleeding on my foot because I stepped on a sharp object on the floor. It was very miserable, you know. But I managed to get to the Singapali, and then on the way back, Maharaj is like, I'm going back by rickshaw. You want to take a ride? So he took me back with rickshaw, on the rickshaw. We had some interesting interaction. You know, he's like, it's important to walk for the parikram. It's important to listen to Harikatha for the parikram, but it's more important that you take care of your health so that you can come to the next day parikram. You know, it's pointless to use all of your energy and everything one day, and then the rest of the week you cannot do it. So he said, take it easy, go by rickshaw, let's go back, and like that. Then 2011, Maharaj came to England, and I was living in Glastonbury. I moved there with some devotees very near Shekinah. So I would go every Friday for the Kiśora Prabhu and his wife Radha. They had these Friday kirtan nights, and they will play the guitar and chant my mantra with very dim lights, and people, trying to levitate or do something spiritual, there, because that's the atmosphere there in Glastonbury. And then they told me, oh, Tridaṇḍī's coming, he's gonna do Japa retreat. I'm like, okay, Tridaṇḍī, is that Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja? He said, yes. Okay, yes, I know him. What's a Japa retreat? And Kiśora says, have you ever done Vipassana? I said, well, yes, I'm familiar with Vipassana. You go to a monastery or to somewhere in the woods, and you gather a group of people, just sit there, and you just all day silent meditation, no speaking, And he says, well, it's like Vipassana plus Japa. So I'm like, okay, yeah, sure, let's do. So I was there then Japa retreat with Maharaj from the beginning, and that's where many devotees came, from UK Sangha. I met, was there Our Śrīpāda Didī, was there Balabhadra, Jagattam Didi was there, Taruṇī was there. There were many devotees, and I remember one of the rules was, once the door closes, it won't open again. That was Kiśora. He said, no, it has to be very strict. And Maharaj said, well, let's open on Sunday for the people who come for just one day to Glastonbury. So reluctantly, he agreed. We had a few more people on Sunday, but then the rest of the days it was very closed doors, just there chanting japa, doing all the program, Mangalarati, and everything, And of course, Maharaj, he said, well, you're going to be in the kitchen team, right? I'm not a very good cook, but I like to cook the service. So it was very nice that Maharaj noticed that, and he's like, well, you should be in the kitchen. And that was the year that Gurudev entered into Nitya Lila. And I remember it was overnight in England, and I was just browsing on my phone, couldn't sleep. Something was happening in the ether. I couldn't sleep, so then I checked my phone up, and I was looking, how you call it, Facebook. Had BlackBerry back then, with the keywords. I was just looking Facebook to see if anything happening there, and then I saw Gurudev's message. The Gurudev had entered Nitya Lila, just an hour prior to that, and I remember it was what a big shock, Next morning we went to the program for the Japa retreat, and everybody knew. They started to get the message. Maharaj gave a very nice lecture that day in the morning, and I approached him and I asked him, what can we do now? I was not fortunate enough to meet Prabhupada face to face. I could only hear the recordings and read his books, but couldn't have his association. So I would cry for him, for Prabhupada to please give me association, someone who can guide me. And then I heard Govinda Maharaj's one recording of him chanting, and then he had a book that someone translated into English, and I was, trying to understand what it said in the book. Couldn't really understand very much. I was very, very small then, and I say, well, I want someone like him. I know that he understands Prabhupada's heart. I want him to be my guru. And they told me, oh, he passed away a year prior. So then I was crying to both of them, please give me a guru, give me a guru. And then within a few years, Gurudev came to Costa Rica where I was living, and he gave, his mercy. But still took many years for me to take properly Harinam, Diksha, and everything. And now Gurudev has entered Nitya Lila. So I said, Maharaj, well, what can we do now? He says, Gurudev has left not just sannyasis. He hasn't come to make sannyasis. He has come to make gurus. He has left so many disciples on the right track and given them everything they need to carry on and to recognize the next acharya. So just keep in association, keep chanting, keep praying, keep crying, and keep begging for this type of shelter and protection. So that helped me, get back to India and to start to get a bit more serious with the spiritual life. And then until 2021, we again met with Maharaj physically in Vrindavan, Braj, and he was going everywhere with he had a small moped, like his bike, he will go different places, do different parikramas, visit Suryakund, visit Govindakund, Govardhan, etc. So it was very nice to see Maharaj there. He will come to Radhakunj and take prasadam there, and we'll have some types of discussions from time to time. And recently we had also the parikram, virtual parikram with him, and very amazing experience, to come and see how all the maps he has, all the different, he's always was looking for, okay, we need to find a better way to explain this so that people can understand. And he says, okay, we have Navadvip is shaped like a lotus, and then inside is the center, and then each of the petals, and he will go into all these details to help us understand about the process and help with all these different charts. You begin with Anartha Nivriti, and then you gotta carry on, try to reach at least Ruchi. Then from Ruchi, you can, if you can, try to go higher. But if you can't, if you go to Ruchi, then from next birth, you will carry on from that point. So personally, for me, my understanding is very limited. I know that Maharaj has given us a very important gift. And this gift is that we must know where we are. We must know where we want to go and how to get there. It's there. We must have some Banda Videya Prayojan. But one thing is the philosophy part of that. He said, no, it has to be practical. Where are you right now? You are in Keshavaji Gaudiya in Navadvip, and where you want to go, you have to go to this place we're going to for parikram. So how are we going to go? We got to go out, take a left, go on a rickshaw or go by foot, take the ferry, and like that. He will be like, you have to understand the whole process to get there. And you see the temples to the right, you see the devotees, you see the different places and all that. So it's in this way, that gift that Maharaj has been able to translate the philosophy and make it applicable in our daily lives is something I'm very grateful for him.
It's so nice to hear your memories, especially from some time ago when I was probably just a teenager, to hear, what was happening in London and what Śrīpāda Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja was doing. So now I'll hand over to Taruṇī, Srimati Taruṇī Gopī Didi. Haribol Dandava Pranams.
Krishna. Jnanatimirannasya jnananjanashalakya Chakshurumritam jena tasmai Shri Gurave Namah. Namah Vishnuvadaya Radhikaya Pyamani Shri Śrīmād Narayani Namani. Hare Krishna. First of all, I'd like to start with most simple obeisances and spiritual master.
We can't hear you.
I'm too far away, perhaps. Hare Krishna. I'd like to start by offering my humble obeisances to my spiritual master, Nityānanda Prabhu, on Vishnupada Shtatorshta Shishima, Bhaktivedanta Narayana Goswami Maharaj, unto our entire Rupanuga Guru Vaga, and of course unto Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, and to all the Vaishnavis present. Hare Krishna. I'll try and be quick. So many people have been saying such beautiful things, and one of the things that's really come up for me is people keep saying, I wasn't that close with him, but I felt like I was. And I said the exact same thing. I felt like that also, even though I didn't have so much association. But one thing that when Tapasvi Maharaj was speaking yesterday, I was reminded of is Maharaj used to say everything can be reconciled in love. And honestly, that's always stuck with me over the years, and I've always kept that, probably not as forward as I should, but I'm remembering it again, and you know, taking it into my heart again and praying I can live by that a bit better. But I also really loved hearing, well, everybody, but especially Vaijayantī Didī today. Sorry, this cough. You know, about how he was a very caring husband. And, you know, because we often see people, they use the excuse of detachment to mistreat their spouse. And I just think it's a really beautiful and really important example that we have. You know, Maharaj, he just wanted to chant, but, you know, that didn't stop him from being really, really caring. And I think we all experienced that. When she was speaking as well, saying, you know, about how he left, he wanted to leave his marriage life when it was good, you know, because he wanted something better. He just wanted to go after that higher thing. And it was reminding me of his book, Beyond Liberation. And it was always one of my favorite to distribute because it gave everything. It set things out really nicely, but in a really encouraging way. So it wasn't like, oh, you want personal liberation, you're bad. Or, you know, oh, you want money, you're bad. You know, it was like, oh, if you want that, you can have that. And that's okay. But hey, look, there's something that's so much better, you know, and it's so much easier to get. And why don't you try for that? And so it's a book that I've always really loved to distribute. You know, I didn't realize for a long time that actually it was Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja who put that together. But I really, really, really love that book. I think it's just so valuable. And it's something that he's left us with, along with, of course, so many recordings and classes and different materials. And one thing, everybody's talking about the Japa retreats. I was fortunate enough to go on two. I was on the one my husband was just speaking about, which was right after Srila Gurudev left at the beginning of 2011. And on that one, I was really, really, really sick. And I actually called Maharaj in advance because I'd already booked on. And I said, look, I don't know if I can do it, but Gurudev's left and I think I really need to do it. And, you know, what do you think? And he just said to me, well, you know, as long as you can come down for prasadam in the evening and say Hari Bol, then it's enough. I was like, he's like, you have to spend the whole of the rest of the time in bed, don't worry about it. And I was like, okay. And that was my situation. You know, I don't think he realized how literally I was going to take him. But that was my situation. It was, you know, it was a difficult week for me because I was too ill to be there, but at the same time to be with the devotees at that time and to have Maharaj's association, I think, you know, we all needed to be together. It was a very difficult time and it just helped me so much moving forward. And I'll always be grateful for that. I'll always be grateful for that. But the one that I really got most out of was the previous one that I went on, which was the end of 2008. So I had been practicing for less than a year. Srila Gurudev very mercifully gave me Harinam and Diksha, even though I'm still not qualified. But, you know, we need something to keep us going, right? And he's a pure devotee. He can give. It's not a problem. He knows. He knows we need something to hold on to. So he blessed me in that way. And I was very anxious because I was really struggling to chant, you know, 16 a day. And I saw this advertised in Govardhan. And so I was like, okay, I'll do that. Maybe it'll help. And it was the most profound experience because I think, especially because I was new and I was struggling, just to have that really deep I don't know how to put it. I mean, he had so much faith in Harinam Prabhu, and he knew that if you put the effort in, Harinam Prabhu reciprocates. You know, Maharaj knew that. He knew that, absolutely. That was his experience. He knew it, and that's why he wanted to share. He wanted to give people that experience where they could just dedicate themselves and receive something back, because that gives faith, you know? And it was amazing, because by the end of the week in the Shekin ashram, you know, I can remember standing on the top of the stairs and hearing the sound of chanting. The sound of chanting was just everywhere all the time. But then I go down the stairs and it would sound like the sound was coming from around the corner. I turn the corner, suddenly the sound would stop and there was nobody there, you know? And I wasn't the only one who had that experience. You know, people were commenting on this happening again and again. They could hear the Mahamantra. They'd turn a corner thinking they'd see somebody chanting japa, and there's nobody there, you know, and the sound is gone. And I think Harinam Prabhu was just playing with us. You know, we were putting Harinam, we were all really endeavoring to chant, and it was just, you know, he's just running around having a good time, I think. But it made a really deep impression on me as a new devotee, that if I'm not getting anything from my chanting, it's because I'm not really putting the effort in, you know? Because Harinam Prabhu, he reciprocates, full stop. And I think as a new devotee, it's just such a valuable impression to have, and I'll always be grateful for that. And the next year, I moved to Brighton, and I was staying with the Ganga Matas, but then they went to open a couple of centers abroad. And so I was just in this flat, you know, wondering what to do. And Yashodananda Prabhu, he was running a program once a week, but, you know, that's all that there was. And it was mostly just kirtan, and I wanted something a bit more. And so I thought, well, I love that Harinam program. Maybe I'll just, that japa retreat, maybe I'll just make a japa program just talking about Harinam, because I still need help with my chanting. And so I wrote to Maharaj about it, and he was very encouraging. And so I just started doing that only once a fortnight, because my health, it was difficult, blah, blah, blah. But I just wanted to read something. I just went through my emails and I found just something, you know, Maharaj, like I was a brand new devotee pretty much. And he was just saying, so nice to hear from you again, and with so many questions, you must be really getting some taste from your practice. I'm very happy for you. You know, just like this, just so sweet and so encouraging. And I'm so encouraged that you're happily following, and especially happy that you're giving classes. We are forced to go forward if we put ourselves out for others in the name of Kṛṣṇa. Well done, Didi. I'm very happy to hear from you. You know, I was a nobody. And he was just being so encouraging and so sweet. And he answered all of my questions. I'm not going to go through them all here, but I wrote a lot, you know. And it was just so sweet. He was always so sweet. Even last year on the Bhakti Zoom, you know, I sang one song at the beginning, and he liked it so much. He sent a voice message through someone else to send to me. And, you know, just being so encouraging and so sweet. And he really didn't have to do that. And I know it's not me. I put a little effort in to learn it. And I think Gurudev reciprocated. And Maharaj was on such a level, he could just take anything and, you know, just fly. So, but it was just so encouraging for me. And that's why I sang the same one yesterday, because, you know, I just wanted to honor that. And I think I'm almost out of time, but I just, you know, Maharaj, he was always so humble, and like Vaijayantī Mālā Didī was saying, just so real, you know, no pretense, no nothing. And it really rubbed off on you. And honestly, I could find him a bit scary at times. He was very regulated, and I'm not regulated. But he was just always so encouraging, and he was just always so real and always so caring. And I'm really going to miss that. And Tarun told me I'm not allowed to cry, so I think I'm ready to go. Vanchakalpa Charabhyascha Kripa Sindhubhyaivacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavim Namo Namaha. Hare Krishna.
Hari Bol, thank you so much to both of you for your wonderful glorifications. Yeah, I said that because I was worried if you start crying that I might start crying. So yeah. So yeah, I was trying to keep myself composed. Anyway, we'll go to our next speaker, Srimati Karuṇāmayī Didī will speak now.
Hey, bro. Okay. Amigalantuantasya kinanjana shalakaya chakshurimitanina tasmai shikaravi nama. Gurave Gurachandra Radhika Tadare Kṛṣṇa Kṛṣṇa Bhakti Tadbhakti Namo Namaha. Okay. Thank you so much for giving me just 2 minutes to say a little something, just an appreciation of Śrīpāda Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja. I feel like I've been hearing so many things from so many people, and it's been so nice to hear so many wonderful, wonderful pastimes and remembrances. And I just wanted to share a little bit as well, because he touched so many people. I'm from Canada originally, and this is where he was originally from, born anyways. And there are many Canadian devotees and other devotees around the world who he's reached through his, and yes, maybe he was a Brajanātha sadhu, but he was preaching all over the world every single day, and he was actually reaching so many different people. And there is some, I don't want to share too much, so I'll just share my personal remembrances with him, and especially the time when there was a period of my life where I was very much praying to Gurudev for Sadhu Sangha, and then Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja appeared in Canada. And he was giving such nice classes, kata, every day at my friend's parents' house, and we would go and we'd hear, and there was just a few of us, so it was so sweet, and he was so kind, and so that was the other thing too, is he was so approachable, so he was so open to any questions. You never felt like you were silly or stupid or anything like that. He was just very, very approachable, and it was just so, there's not very many people in his position, seniority, that you could just approach and ask these types of questions and get such wonderful responses from. And as well, I'll just share that in November, I was fortunate enough to have the opportunity to go on Radha Kund Parikram with him and Charya Chandrika and my friend Manjari, who's he was doing so many classes at in Canada that last time he was there, and we went on Radha Kund Parikram with him. And I've been to Radha Kund a number of times before over the years, but this time was very, very special, and it was because of this association, the Sadhu Sangha, with someone who had such deep attachment to Radha Kund. And it's different when you're not in such a large group. When usually I go and there's 50, 100 people. This time it was just our little group, and he was giving, I was going, I've been to Radha Kund so many times, but he was taking us to places that just everywhere, all over the place, and just giving so much. And that was one of the things that I was just so appreciative, was just how giving he was, and how kind he was as well. And it was just very, very sweet. And I will cherish that time that he took to share the Dham with us on that particular day, and the instructions that he gave us as well afterwards. We went back to his dharmashala, and he was he gave us such nice instructions and gifts even. And he gave us, of course, he gave us books that we were to distribute. So now I feel sad because I gave them away because he told me to. So, but now, oh gosh, what am I going to do? I have to find them. There's one little booklet on Radhakund that he'd put together, compilation of the glories of Radhakund, and it was so wonderful. I gave them away, but now I want them back. So I'm going to have to try to find. But yes, thank you so much. And I won't take any more time. So thank you very much.
If you want to share, on Thursday you spoke really nice story when you were on Parikram with him of how you visited one Bhajan Kutir. So if you're comfortable to share, do you want to share it again?
Well, we visited so many. That was the thing, was that he took us on so many places that I'd never been to. I've been to Radhakund so many times, but he knew so many. He knew the cows, he knew all the pujaris and all the different sadhus. People would come out and they'd just give him big hugs, and we'd be going, we went into so many places, so many different places, and he would say, and this is where so many different pastimes, and this is what's so amazing about Radhakund, is that at every single step there is so much potency, and there's so many amazing, beautiful pastimes. And I don't know, you want me to say that particular place, and I'll just say that it was in the home of some Vrajvasis, and we went into a number of different homes at Radhakund, but this particular one, in the back of their house, behind their kitchen, they had this little tiny opening, and there's no way, unless you're with someone who knows, and this is why you have to, it's only by association and the mercy of Vaishnavas that we're able to make any progress in bhakti, because this is an example of this. There was this just tiny little opening in their back of their home, and it was decorated with garlands and streamers and different things, but it looked like a black hole. And there were cement stairs going down, and there was no light, and they were going down. He was like, okay, now we're going to go down here. And I thought, okay, I can't even fit down there because of my backpack, and I'm too big, and it's not possible. He said, no, you go down, and Tara as well, encouraging. So we went down, and it was just a tiny little room at the bottom, and there's a little altar set up there, and a little air vent, and that it was just a cement room, just a tiny little, maybe 2 meters by maybe 2.5 meters, and it was the one of the Bhajan Kutirs of Raghunath Das Goswami, and just so many, like, he just was just uncovering all these amazing places and pastimes. It was just so sweet of him, and that was so kind of him to share, and I'm so appreciative and thankful. And I will also share, just on that particular parikram, he had to stop at one point, and he sat down and he said, my heart. And he had these medicine that he took, and he said his heart was hurting, and that he didn't know, but he said he might have a heart attack. And he sat down and he took one of his medicines, and then I didn't know what to do. I was in the midst of just being completely overwhelmed, and there was so much going on at that particular time. And then but he just sat and rested and chanted, and then after a little bit he got up, and then he just carried on like nothing had happened. And then he even was, we were so concerned about his health, but we finished the whole parikram, and then he invited us to his dharmashala, and it was almost like nothing had even happened. And it was just so amazing to be with someone who was so in this world, and not at the same time. He knew that he was going to leave at any minute, at any moment, and he was really living in that way, and it was very powerful, and it was just a very impactful. It was very, very impactful opportunity and association, and I'm just eternally grateful that I had that opportunity.
Jai, thank you so much for taking the time. Really such sweet memories to hear about him. You know, so many stories about how he knew the Dham so well. So yeah, I was so fortunate that you were able to go around with him, like something that I wanted to do. I mean, doing it on Zoom with him was amazing, but to do it in person must have been even more special. So really wonderful. Thank you so much, Karuna. Jai. Okay, we'll go to our next speakers, Śrīmati Śobharāṇī Didī and Śrīman Taruṇ Prabhu from Slovenia. Here we go.
Haribol, Dandavat Pranam.
Haribol, Dandavat Pranam.
Okay. Joy. Hare Krishna. Can you see me?
No, there's seems like there's some issue with your camera.
No, it's no camera. How's possible? Anyway, I didn't check, so I'm very sorry for that.
No worries.
Okay, so maybe I'll give word to my son Tarun Krishna Das first, so he can speak.
Okay, Haribol everyone.
Haribol.
I just want to first place my humble obeisances to our Guru Parampara and every single one of you. So again, Timirandasya Shalakaya Chakshurun Miltam Jana Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. So I first met my Gurudev, Sri Bhaktivedanta Tridaṇḍī Swami, in Navadvip when we were at there with my mom. And my first impression of him was like just wow. I mean, he was just on another level, you know. He was
Damien.
Yeah, I think we just wait one moment for them to fix their audio. Okay, I think they're probably here we go.
okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's better.
Okay.
We
Well,
can see you as well, Jai. Haribol.
yeah, Haribol. Wait. Yeah. So Haribol, I'm sorry about the problems of the voice. So I first met my Gurudev in Godrumdvip, in India, like 4 years ago, when I was first there, and my first impression was like, he's just a very special person. He was so kind, and he was so personal. You know, he talked to you like a friend, like you're on his level. So yeah, and he was just so happy all the time. He didn't have like negative feelings or anything like that. And I fell sick there in Navadvip. So and he gave me a part of his food, like his diet food, because I couldn't handle spicy, and he gave me some of his food. And the next time I went to Vrindavan, when he was in Radhakund, he said to me that I need to give him 2 hugs a day. So he would give me his blessings, and yeah, it worked. I suddenly didn't feel so sick no more. So yeah, and he gave me instructions that I followed. Like I learned a shloka in like a week, and then I taught him the shloka through WhatsApp, and then he initiated me also. So yeah, and he also told me to read Mahabharata and Ramayana, and when I read them, he told me to start reading Bhagavatam. So now I'm reading Bhagavatam. And he also gave me like crayons to paint. And I painted him the picture of Prabhupada, and he has it still. So yeah, that was like 3 years ago. And last time I saw him like 1 year ago, 2 years ago, when I was in Vrindavan, and I just didn't take seriously that he's gonna leave the body someday, and I just wasn't prepared for it. So 1 week ago, when my mom like woke me up, and she was like crying, she didn't know what to do, and I didn't know what happened. Then she told me that my Gurudev left his body, and I don't know. I just wasn't prepared. So yeah. I think that's it from my side. So thank you all for listening. And now my mother will take over.
Jai Dandavat Pranams. Hare Krishna. Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Kamalam Shri Gurum Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunanvitam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakavitamscha Namo Vishnu Padaya Radhikaya Priyatmane Shishimad Bhaktivedanta Shila Narayan Goswami Maharaj Tina Shila Bhaktivedanta Tridaṇḍī Goswami Maharaj Ki Jai. I met No, actually, first we interacted with Maharaj on Bhakti Zoom when it was this Corona time, and you had much Zoom meetings, and I was really impressed by his personality. So I contacted him, and immediately he was actually very kind, and he was straight. He started to guide me because I was here in Slovenia, like I'm alone, you know. I don't have anyone. It's like I'm only Gurudev disciple, and it's pretty tough. So sometimes I was very weak, actually, and immediately by his contact, I started to feel much rejuvenated and felt much strength. And he, if you don't know, just for information, actually, Maharaj, he's my Siksha Guru. He was in Slovenia. He told me himself, actually, in, I think, 2007, my Gurudev sent him to Slovenia because our president was very sick, and he was finding ways. He was interested in spiritual things, and so Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, he actually was sent by Gurudev to speak to him, and he gave him Bhagavad Gita and Jaiva Dharma, and he told him himself. They were spoken like 2 hours or something. Anyway, that's just like, you know, information. But since I like to write, and Maharaj was encouraging me to write, he told me, you should write all the time. Whenever you go to places and meet Vaishnavas, write your impressions, because one day when you will read, you will remember. And this is very important, because everything he also wrote. He had much notes. Everything what he was talking, he was always looking his notes. He wasn't referring anymore to books, yes, still, but his notes, he had so many notes, you know, a whole cupboard of notes, you know, he was taking. So I was really shocked, like Madam Gopāla said before. So I think yesterday I could listen, maybe a few speakers, and today morning I said, oh, Maharaj, I need to write. So I wrote him a letter, and I will read it because it's my guidance, you know. So I will share with you. My dearest Maharaj, my Dandavat pranams. This is very hard to write, but I will write in a way as you are here and you are listening. It is a fact that you are here and listening. When I found out in early morning that you left this mortal world, I was so much perturbed and in shock. Tears started to pour down my eyes, and I just stared in some point. I could finally tell Taruṇ Kṛṣṇa Das what happened. But you already knew all this, because at the moment I thought, what is the use now going to Radhakund? You told me I still have to go and do what you told me to do. Go every day and Govardhan Parikram, as I did last time when I was with you. I will never forget. As soon as you saw me, you said to do Parikram every day. It was tough, especially first few days. From blisters, pain in my legs, monkey bites. But as you said, no pain, no gain. True, you encouraged me to translate into Slovene. And the day you left us, your Jaiva Dharma in Slovene went to a printing press. I know you were proud of Seva I did, because the mercy you were giving me, and it still flows, was endless. I know you are with me as you were since the beginning we introduced. I could talk everything with you. You are my best friend, Maharaj. And you know it. We talked. All doubts were cleared. All fear was destroyed by your kindness and wisdom. I feel my heart left with you. Your love and affection knew no bounds. The way you treated my son when he was sick is beyond love of this world. I never said thank you for that. You were teaching us, guiding us from Surabhi Kunj to Radha Kund. When you came from the last operation, you did not allow anyone to help you getting up the stairs. You saw me, handed me a bag, and proceeded back to your room. Although you were in pain, you did not allow to overcome you. The same day you gave an audience to me and Rasa Manjari Didi. Not just audience, you were teaching us about Uddhav. The name Uddhav means a festival of joy. It was like that in your presence, a festival of joy. You were embarrassed to ask me for help since you saw me as your god sister. Oh, Maharaj, I will be eternally your disciple, someone you picked from the darkness of ignorance and put her at the lotus feet of Gurudev. You transformed my weakness into strength, my desire to serve into realization. What can I say? We went together, a very small group, to Kamyavan. You showed us a place where you would like to do bhajan, a solitary place, completely quiet. When you were alone, you were actually always with a divine couple, serving under the guidance of our beloved Gurudev. You were healing us, my pain. You taught me how to do bhajan. Oh Maharaj, where are you? Do you remember how tough it was to make me just sit down in bhajan? You kept telling me not to run around. Yes, all the holy places are in Radha Kund. All our Guru Vargya resides there. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Once when I visited Samadhi place of our beloved Trivikram Maharaj, I told you how peaceful and special place there is. You responded very gravely. Yes, he wanted to live alone and unknown. I want to live that way too, you said. Well, my dear Maharaj, you were alone, but since you touched so many hearts, you cannot be unknown. Many times you reminded us of the words of Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur. He reasons ill who tell that Vaishnavas die, when thou art living still in sound. The Vaishnavas die to live, and living try to spread the holy name around. I know you are with Gurudev and still guiding us. Thank you for bringing me closer to Gurudev. Thank you for giving me the seva. Thank you for every word, song. Thank you for sharing your heart. I will miss you, but I know I will find you somewhere near Govardhan, giving me guidance and loving hand. So long, Maharaj. Eternally yours, Śobharāṇī Das. Panchakalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhyo patitanam pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo namo. And one last thing, when I saw him last time, when I was going to taxi, I think it was December, I was going back to Slovenia. He came to balcony and he looked down at me and he started singing, Govinda Damodara Madhaveti, Govinda Damodara Madhaveti, Govinda Damodara Madhaveti, Govinda Damodara Madhaveti. So this was our last interaction, and thank you for listening. Jai Shri Radhe, Hare Krishna.
Jai, Haribol, thank you so much, Didi. I hope if you're okay with it that you can send me a copy of your letter because it was so beautifully written. And also Tarun Krishna Prabhu, he spoke so nicely. And for a young age, he knows so much about Shastra. So I'm sure that your Guru Maharaj is so proud of you. So, well done for coming on and speaking. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for sharing. It's so nice to hear from his disciple, and to hear his affection, that how he was so sweet, and he was so sweet with all of us, and also he was giving so many instructions. He was always giving so many instructions for our benefit, and he could see clearly that you were receptive, and that's why he gave you so many instructions. So that's really amazing. Thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you.
Haribol. Okay, next we will go over to Srimati Anurādhā Didī to speak. Jai Haribol.
Guruve Gaurachandraya Radhikaya Tadale Krishnaya Krishna Bhaktaya Tadabhaktaya Namo Namaha Ajnanatimidandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Jena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha Vanchakalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya eva cha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. So offering my unlimited Koti Koti Dandavat Pranam unto my Guru Pada Padmas, Nitya Leela Pravishno Vishnu Padasto Tarasata Shishimad Shada Bhakti Vigan Bharti Gosai Maharaj, and the same unlimited Koti Koti Dandavat Pranam unto my beloved Shada Gurudev Nitya Leela Pravishno Vishnu Padasto Tarasata Shishimad Shada Bhakti Vedanta Narayan Gosai Maharaj, unto Pujipad Srimad Bhakti Vedanta Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, unto all of the Vaishnavas who are, were, and will be, unto the entire Rupanuga Guru Varga, and unto all of the associates of Srila Maharajji, please accept my Dandavat Pranam. Hare Krishna. Unfortunately, I was not one of the fortunate ones to have so much association with Srila Maharajji. But like so many of you have mentioned, that even without having physical association, still he came into all of our homes via Zoom, and somehow or other he affected all of our lives. So this is the dint of the glory of the Vaishnava, and it's also the dint of the glory of Srila Gurudev, the prabhav of the mercy of Srila Gurudev, and also of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Every town and village, this mercy will come. It will flood the world. Also in mind of what Srila Maharaj, he was reading on the last day of his manifest presence, was the very most important chapter in Madhya Lila, the Rai Ramanan Samvad, the important conversations between Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Sri Ramananda Rai. And Mahaprabhu in chapter 8, verse 248, he asked the question of Sri Ramananda Rai, that of all kinds of distress, that what is the most painful? And Sri Ramananda Rai, he responds that apart from the separation of the devotee of Kṛṣṇa, I know no unbearable unhappiness. So this is the unhappiness, this is the pinching of the heart that we're experiencing right now, is the separation from the devotee of Kṛṣṇa, is the separation of the very near and dear disciple of our Srila Gurudev.
and our Guru Varga. So even though not having so much association with Srila Mahārāja, still I'm taking this as being like the order of my Guru Maharaj, Srila Bhakti Vigyan Bharti Goswami Maharaj, because he has given the instruction, as well as our entire Guru Varga, that we must glorify the Vaishnavas. We have to. This is our duty. We must glorify the Vaishnavas as it brings auspiciousness and purity to our own lives. So I'm taking this as instruction that even if not having so much close association, that I must glorify at least a little bit that I remember and know about Srila Mahārāja. And I began watching some of his old videos on the Shikshastakam and on Jaiva Dharma somewhere around maybe 10 years ago. And so actually there's one video today that Gauriya Samrit had shared today where Maharaj is speaking about some of the ISKCON sannyasis coming and hearing from Srila Gurudev, and how Srila Gurudev, he made them wait. So I used to use this as an example, but I heard this from Srila Mahārāja. A very profound example, just how Srila Gurudev could sense maybe some of the, abhiman of certain devotees, and that he prevented it, and he kept his daughters very near and dear. He had so much affection for his daughters. This is even revealed by Srila Vamana Goswami Maharaj, that actually, because Guru is Shakta, he is representative of that Parashakti, that Purna Shakti, Srimati Radhika, so therefore he is most affectionate to his daughters, even more affectionate than his sons. So there's one Sanskrit proverb that goes, Satyam Bruyat Priyam Bruyat Ma Bruyat Satyam Apriyam. So this basically means that in the material sphere, that we are to speak the truth, which is very sweet, but we are not to speak the unpalatable truth. But in Vaishnav Mandal, in spiritual sphere, this is not true. That our acharyas have said that no matter how unpalatable the truth is, it must be spoken. It must be spoken. It must be spoken. This is the life of Srila Maharaj. That he, even despite the unpalatable truth, it must be spoken. Even if it's very pinching, burning to the heart, it must be spoken. So sometimes this would also come in the form of chastisement. I just remember during the Bhakti Zooms, I had the good fortune, due to the blessings of Yashodhara Didī, Yashodanandan Prabhu, to participate as one of the MCs on the Bhakti Zoom conferences and marathons, really. And so my time with Maharaj came more and more at that point. But you could hear sometimes some chastisement is coming also from Maharaj. So, sometimes he is saying, oh, hair should not be out, hair should be covered. Hair should be tied back when coming, when in front of sannyasi. So I used to, sometimes in very fearful state, I used to also make sure, okay, head is covered, that my hair is back, okay. This is also a part of, upbringing, back, my mother also, part of the upbringing in Gaudiya Vaishnavism, that that even you're seeing Srimati Radhika, her hair is not out. If you're seeing her on the altar, always in a braid. So in this mood, we're also following. But everyone has, sort of described the personality of Maharaj, the behavior of Maharaj, the sweetness of Maharaj, and also the gravity of Maharaj, and also the steadiness. This consistency. This is how the Vaishnavas, they teach by their own example. So it is through the life of Maharaj that we can actually really come to understand, oh, this is something I can glean from. I can get a glimpse of this and I can start to follow. I'm feeling so much inspired hearing from all of the Vaishnavas who are so near and dear to Maharajji, and who have illuminated some of his glories, that it's giving me so much inspiration. Oh, that just like Maharaji did not waste a moment, just like even Srimati Śobharāṇī Didi, she does not waste a moment. Similarly, also in our lives, we must not waste a moment of time. I'm telling this to myself specifically. Must not waste a moment of time. There's so many difficulties in the world. Still, leave them behind. Bhakti is everything. Bhakti is living. It's reciprocal. It is our very essence of our lives. We are so fortunate to have received this gift, and we must consider the good fortune that we have. So I'm reminding myself of this. I'm telling myself this, telling my mind, oh mind, please, you follow more strictly. I'm also wanting to share some appreciation, as Taruṇī Gopī Didi shared earlier, some appreciation for Srimati Vaijayantī Mālā Didī. She shared about the Maharaji's life before sannyas. And so in so many ways it seemed that she was sharing that Maharaji was an ideal grihastha. He was ideal grihasthi, that in grihastha ashram he lived in a very caring and a very beautiful way. So again, this is showing example. I recently entered into grihastha ashram, and so I also have a husband who's very dedicated to his nam jap and very steady, and so it's also reminding me of how to serve in this way. How to serve, how we can serve each other in bringing up and elevating both each other in this path of bhakti. But it seemed that what Didiji was describing is just how ideal of a grihastha Vaishnav, and how ideally Maharaj lived out that life before entering into the ideal life and ideal practice of sannyas ashram. And we can also learn from this too, because some people might think that, oh, well, yes, we must be renounced, and the men, they must go and take sannyas and all of these different things. But renunciation comes in so many forms. Renunciation comes even in grihastha ashram, and so this practice does not just start from sannyas. It starts even before that. And so Srila Maharaji, he showed this mood of this renunciation even before he entered into the ashram of sannyas. And that even grihastha ashram is such an important ashram, even from the grounds of preaching. How many grihastha Vaishnavas we see that are going out into the world and preaching is no small thing. It's no small order. And so to live a life of an ideal grihastha is a very, very special thing. It's a very big thing. And even Srila Gurudev was also very proud of his grihastha Vaishnavas who were serving. Like, you see Sudevi Didi Kiśora Manpur for so many years preaching and going around according to the order of Srila Gurudev. Brajanātha Prabhu, Vrinda Devi, so many years going like this. So they are also very much ideal examples of this. I also wanted to very quickly share, because I know my time is coming to a close, it's just some things from my mother. She also very dedicatedly watched Srila Mahārāja every day since he began his recordings and Zoom marathons and things, and immediately there was an affinity for Maharaj. Immediately she gravitated towards Maharaj, and she noticed also how Maharaj, he would always refer to Srila Gurudev as my Gurudev, my Gurudev. How much mamata that Srila Maharaji had for Srila Gurudev. That even if we are disciples, he did not say our Gurudev, no, he said my Gurudev. So this is something also we can also learn from, developing this mindness for the lotus feet of Sri Guru. Again, no small thing. To be able to, in order to even become tadatmik with Sri Guru, to accept Gurudev as Gurudeva Tatma, he is even more dear to me than my life itself. He is my very life. He is my life and soul. Srila Maharaji very beautifully elucidated that in his life. And so we must also catch hold of the lotus feet of our Gurudev, and whoever that Guru might be. In my case, Srila Narayan Maharaj, Srila Guru Maharaj, that must catch hold to the lotus feet of Shri Guru and pray, please don't ever let me go, don't ever forget me. That even if I forget, that somehow you never forget me. So this is our constant prayer. Srila Gurudev also mentions that you know, in a time where, and even now it's happening, that even the name of Srila Gurudev, the name is non-different also from Shri Guru. Nityānanda Prabhu Vishnupada Stotra Satashishman Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayan Gosai Maharaj. It is such a powerful and heavy name. It is so heavy. And that even today, many people are in fear of Srila Gurudev's name. Some run the opposite way, having heard Srila Gurudev's name. But Srila Gurudev, also seeing this, that he said, oh, don't think that just me alone, that I am Narayan Maharaj. No, that I will make so many Narayan Maharajas. I will make so many... that I will make so many Narayan Maharajas. And I know that Srila Maharaji, he is also one of those Narayan Maharajas that Srila Gurudev made by his mercy. So the world is flooded with Narayan Maharajas due to the dint of the glory of Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayan Maharaj. And sort of finally, I'm remembering, you know, Maharaj, he spent so much time, many of you visited Maharajji in Godrumdip, and eventually he went and transferred to Radhakund. And so I'm remembering the bhajan, Chintamani Moy. You know, we sing this so many times, you know, this bhajan of Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, you know, Chintamani Moy Radha Kunna Tata Tahe Kunja Shata Shata. So even Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur is saying, and he's praying from Swananda Sukhada Kunja Manohar Tahate Kutira Shobhe. So even from his small cottage in Godrumdip, in Swananda Sukhada Kunj, that even from there, the meditation is on the beauty of Radhakund. So just see how glorious the life is of Srila Maharaji, that from Godrumdip, then he transferred to this most beautiful and the most essential place, the most glorified place in all of Bhumandal, in all of Vrindavan Dham, this Radhakund. And from there, again by his own example, he also concluded his pastimes. So we are so greatly fortunate to have had the association of Srila Maharaji. We are so greatly fortunate to have heard anything and to have learned anything from Srila Maharaji. His lectures are still present. We can still continue to listen. And so I would like to conclude. Vansha kalpatarubhishta kripa sindhubhya vicha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo. Srila Bhaktivedanta Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja ki jai. Srila Gurudev ki jai. Guru Varga ki jai. Hari Hari Bol.
Thank you. So nicely spoken, as always, Chai. Thank you so much, Anurādhā. Now we will go on to, to Srimati Indurekhā Didī and Shriman Madhukara Prabhu from the Netherlands, but I'm not sure who is speaking first, so you can tell me. But you have 30 minutes between both of you.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear.
Yeah, super. Hari Bol. Dandavat pranams. Okay, and then all of a sudden it's my turn. Okay. So I'll start, and then Indurekhā will come next. and I hope I'll keep it dry. I'm not good at speaking, so let's see how this will go. So even kijken. So Gurave Gurachandraya Radhikaya Tadariye Krishnaya Krishna Bhaktaya Tat Bhaktaya Namo Namaha Vanchakalpatarubhyascha Kripasidubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. So first I'd like to offer my obeisances millions of times to Srila Gurudev, Nityānanda Prabhu, Om Vishnupada, Stotra Sata Sri Śrīmāda Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj. And also the same to my Diksha Guru, Śrīpāda Bhaktivedanta Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja. So to begin, I have a few pictures, and I asked Taruṇ to just show them whenever the appropriate moment arises. So I first met Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja in 2009 at the Italy festival, and I was quite new to Bhakti. And my wife introduced me to Bhakti, but also to Srila Gurudev. And yes, there he has it. And so I was quite new to Bhakti. Gurudev had an Indian accent, which I found a little bit difficult to comprehend sometimes. And then all of a sudden, you see here under the tree, there was a man sitting to another man, and next to another man, so Sadhu Maharaj and Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja. And Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja was speaking, and first talk he gave was about the desires of Krishna to come to this world as Mahaprabhu. And I didn't know anything then, so in blissful ignorance I listened. But I found it lovely the way he spoke, and I vowed then that I wanted to be at every class he gave that week. And like the way he explained, and I loved his British accent also, that like if he would have talked for hours, I would have listened for hours. It was amazing. So at the end of 2009, I just looked it up earlier this evening because I thought it was 2010, but it wasn't. He came to Holland and he gave a program at our house, which was absolutely lovely. And I still remember we were serving prasad, and everything was like organic food, and I was proud of that. This is 2010, you see, which you see now also in Italy. And I was proud of that. And so I said, "Oh, Maharaj, all the food is organic." And then he said, "So are you, my friend." Then we kept following him, but we were not in contact for not much contact for a long time. And then COVID hit, and then with COVID, the Bhakti Zoom programs came, and that was such an enormous help. You know, every time just to hear him speak and all the other people speak, it was such an enormous help. And I'm grateful to the whole Bhakti Zoom team for that. This was 2024. You're going too quick. No, but that was really great. So during that whole time, we followed, like, together with my wife, but also at some point we had house programs with a few friends of ours, and then Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja would speak via Zoom, and that was also amazing. But at the end of 2023, some circumstances changed in our lives, and we lost contact with a group of devotees. And so the first thing we did was book a trip to India. And then you can do the next picture. Let me see. Beep. Yes. So and then the next picture is then Godara at Veep, I think. Yes. And so he was so happy we came. The first thing he said was, "Oh, you actually came. You're actually here." And so this was the room, that we had been looking at for several years during the COVID times, and every program that he gave was from this room. And to actually sit there at his feet, basically, I was perfectly happy at that moment. I wrote it down. I still remember that sitting there at his feet, completely happy. So he wanted us to go on parikram, and he wanted to join us, but due to his health, he wasn't able to. So before we were going to India, he already pointed us towards Prajanātha Prabhu, who would give a parikram of Navadvip Dham. And so for 7 days, I think, every morning, really early, we went on parikram with Prem Prayojan, and then afterwards we hurried back to Godramadvip to join Maharaj's class. And then he was surprised. He said, like, oh, you've been with Prem Prayojan the whole day. How do you have energy to still come back here and listen to me? And I always said, yes, Maharaj, I mean, we came here for you. And when you talk, I listen. So, and he was so encouraging and enthusiastic with everything. And we stayed in contact. He encouraged me to read Bhagavatam, to make audios of what I understood of the chapters. He would listen to them, and then he would comment. And unfortunately, I didn't read as much as I wanted to, or as he wanted to, because I was too busy with work and other worldly stuff. But he kept always encouraging me, always, never chastising, always encouraging. And so 2025, we heard his health was, going worse. And basically I looked at Indurekhā, I said, we have to go. And there was another reason for that. So in 2023, I asked him for Diksha initiation, and then he said, yeah, that's good. But first we have to deepen our relationship and take it from there. And at the end of 2025, I basically took up all my courage and asked him again. And then he said, yes, of course. When you come, we will pick a date. So, and that was another reason I had to go. And the reason why I didn't get Diksha from Srila Gurudev was that in 2009, after the first initiation, Gurudev basically, he came up to us, and then my wife said, oh, Gurudev, this is my husband. You initiated him yesterday. And Gurudev looked at me, or should I say he looked through me, because it was really scary. And he said, he should take Diksha too, like that, really. And then at that time, we listened to a Dutch lady devotee who was more or less our second mother. And she said, yes, but not now, because basically she thought I wasn't ready. And stupidly enough, we listened to her. And in 2010, Gurudev left. So there I was. And so I had an order to fulfill from Srila Gurudev. And the only person who could fulfill that order in my mind and in my heart was Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja. So that was why I asked him. And so on Vashant Panchami, he gave me Diksha. Still quite emotional. And there was one other story. Before we were going, he was saying, oh, yes, but remember, January is a very cold month in India. And so please, be warm enough. And I said, but Maharaj, are you warm? Are you having everything? And we had these merino wool house shoes. And I said, we have these things. They're really comfy. Do you want them? No. I'm a sannyasi. I already have too many clothes. Don't bother. And a week or 10 days after that, I got a message in WhatsApp, and he said, Prabhu, yes, those shoes you were talking about, could you please bring them? It's really cold. I think I will wear them. So we took him those shoes, and he was really happy, and he wore them constantly. So this picture is in Udavakyari, and we had a few places that we wanted to visit. And then Maharaj said, oh, I will come. But Udavakyari was, I think he wanted to go there and show us, because he took us to some places that were important to him. So we went to this place of Vipina, which is maintained by one man, and Maharaj sponsored him more or less to be able to build the buildings and maintain that place. And we also went to Vrindakund, where Maharaj stayed for 6 months by himself, taking care of the deities. There's a picture of there also, I think. I don't know which one anymore. That's Vrindakund. Yes, he was talking there. And I love this picture, actually. We enlarged it to be able to take it to a program last Sunday in The Hague. And we went to Vrindakund, Udavkyari, Prem Sarovar, and we went to Durvas Rishi Ashram. There's also pictures of that after this. This is Durvas Rishi Ashram, and always you see, always he's teaching, and always he's telling stories, and he is limitless in his knowledge, the wonderful thing is that he always says things in such a way that anybody can understand, even us, even me, and always passionate and always enthusiastic, and it's, and you would not be able to tell that this is a heart patient, and that his health is troublesome. So I'm gonna look through my notes. Even kijken. Yeah. With the Diksha initiation, he said to me, there should be no awe and reverence between us. You are my god brother. And this is impossible, of course, because he's like here and I'm down there, but still he basically approached me as a friend. And, basically, like somewhere between a father and a big brother, I don't know, always patient, always teaching, always encouraging. And also, he chastised me also once. It was like, you shouldn't overanalyze. That takes away the sweetness. So, okay, Maharaj, I'm sorry. And I don't know how much time I have left, to be honest. He took us to Radhakund to bathe. And I didn't want to go. And then he said, oh, well, you know what, you can watch after my possessions, and then I will bathe. In the end, I went also. And then he was so enthusiastic. Oh, yes, you did it. You went, and you were so firm that you would not go. But you did it anyway. And also with the parikram things, like one day he would say, go on Radhakund parikram. Don't go all over Vraj Mandal. Just go to Radhakund and do parikram. And you have to really get that, know that place deeply. And then the next day he would say, go Govardhan parikram, do that. It's so important. Go over. And then the next day it was again, go again to Radhakund parikram. Always like that, and it's not as if he gave you a choice. It's basically he ordered you, but it was always, in such a way that you thought, yes, of course, Maharaj, I will. And he even, like, our daughter went with us, and she she has known bhakti since she was small, but we never forced her to go in that direction. And then Maharaj once asked her, when I once said, I accept you like you are. And at the same time, he said, do you have a Mālā? And I just said, yes, I have a Mālā. I got it when I was 6. Okay, can you show it to me? Yes, of course. Yes, don't, this is not good anymore. No. You should get a new Mālā. It should be Tulsi Mālā. So get a new Mālā, come and bring it to me, and I'll chant on the beads. He was so sneaky. Because basically what he did is he gave her initiation without giving her initiation. And it was so sneaky, but he was always like, he was operating at 3 different levels at the same time, and you didn't notice. And I mean, he was, like I said, so knowledgeable, and the kata that he gave, it was so high, but also he was able to meet you at the level where you are. And this photo, by the way, is on top of Durvas Rishi Ashram with the person who is running that place still, but Maharaj lived here also for several years, and he served together with this gentleman, with this Prabhu. And so they were so happy to see each other again, like a big hug. But at the same time, like, he took us to those places which were important to him, and it seemed almost like he wanted to visit one last time. And yeah, something like that. I think I have, yeah. This also was the Durvas Rishi ashram. There was a family there who came up to him. I think they knew him, and the little boy made dandavats, and he spent some time talking to them, being so happy. Like, you see this smile. This was like, when he was really, really happy, always just this expression like this, and so welcoming and so happy. And so this weekend, so he was a super special teacher. He treated me as a friend. I'm missing him greatly. And this weekend we escaped to Radhadesh in Belgium, which is an ISKCON community. And because we wanted to be somewhere where it is quiet and where there are devotees. And today we ran into a devotee called Rupa Charandas, who is a disciple of Gurudev, who is now in Belgium temporarily, and he's there with his son and daughter. And we met him at Gopinath Bhavan. We spoke about Gurudev and about initiations. And Indurekhā then said that she said that she had Harinam and Diksha initiation from Srila Gurudev, and then she said Madhukara is half and half. It's Harinam by Gurudev and Diksha by Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja. And then she corrected it, and then she said, no, actually he's double. He has both Srila Gurudev and Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja. So I would like to conclude at that. So Vanchakalpatarubhyascha, Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha, Patitanam Pavanebhyo, Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namah.
Jai, we'll go straight to Indurekhā Didī. Do you want me to share any of the pictures, or are you satisfied?
No, it's fine. I think Madhukara, he explained it really, really nicely already. Yeah. Om Gyanati Madam Shakyananjana Salakaya Chakshur Militam Janatas Mercy Guruvenu Ram Vishnu Padaya Radhikaya Tadme Sisimat Bhaktivedanta Narayane Tinamine Mam Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Sisimat Bhaktivedanta Swami Tinamine. So let's see. I was writing like all afternoon, actually, before, like during this program, and trying to write down, what all the memories and all the thoughts. Like when we heard, that Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja had left his body. At first I couldn't believe it. I didn't want to believe it, actually. And at the same time, it was too quiet in the last few weeks, and we knew, that he didn't want to have another operation, and we knew, his health was not good. So but we were wishing so much that, he would live for. He was talking also like that, he didn't want to like bring the attention to, how he was feeling, or how bad he was feeling, or how bad his health was. And not at all. He was really hiding, how he felt. And he was, as Madhukara also told, he just went to all these places with us. Well, his health was not good. Like he went on the Radhakund Parikrama and like saying at the beginning, I shouldn't talk. And then, he was like explaining and talking, and we took bath in the Radhakund together with him. It was not a warm day at all. and he's like a heart patient. I was like, thinking back also, it was so, he was just going on, continuing his sadhana, and just all the classes, we missed one because we came back from Duvāsamuni ashram and we came into a traffic jam, but he wanted to hurry because his class would start. I didn't expect to be so, how to say, I have been devastated in the last week, and I'm still sort of recovering from the news, and I wasn't expecting that at all, because I was like, I have first and second initiation by Narayan Maharaj, and but that was in 1998 and 1999, so it was a long time ago. And after that, I had a difficult marriage, and Gurudev knew. He knew without, I didn't even have to tell him. He just knew, of course. And my husband got sort of deviated, and after a few years, I left him. And then I met a new partner. That was Madhukara, and I brought him to Gurudev in 2009. And after that, we had Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja. He came actually to our home in 2009. We looked it up. I think it was November.
No, it was 12th December.
12th December,
Yes.
12th of December. We had just moved to Amsterdam. It was for us a new home. And like, we never had a sannyasi at our home before. He was the first and only. And we were really happy to have him there. And I remember also there was a question from the devotees there, like, if you have mental problems, what you should do. And he was explaining very, practically, like, if you have a broken leg, you go to the hospital. And if you have mental problems, you go to a psychologist, you get it fixed. And
So you don't chant, but you go.
Yeah. And but he really made an impression on us. And I remember also in 2009, he was actually staying in the room next to us. So that was a few months before. And in Italy, in Venice. And I remember I had like some bags of dried fruit with me. I was very much into health food, and he was too, and I remember giving it to him. I didn't really know him, but I remember giving it to him, and I don't know, it was so, in a way, like sort of he sort of came into our lives, and so that's how it started. And after that, we had quite a difficult time. We had both had complex trauma, and we had to really work on that for a few years. And actually, what happened was that, we didn't feel really confident. We felt like being the slowest and the lowest devotees that Gurudev had ever had. And so we also felt a little bit, sort of alienated, from the whole Vaishnava community, sort of hiding a little bit as well, and being isolated. And then COVID started. And then the Bhakti Zoom team came together, I think under the guidance of Nityānanda Prabhu. And, we suddenly had all this kata flooding into our home. And we got so inspired. And I also remember Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja was, one of the speakers very often. And he, I remember it was so funny. He was explaining the internal reasons for Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, for descending, and he was laughing about himself because he said, "Oh, now I suddenly understand. What Gurudev was actually trying to say." And while he was explaining it, he was like, "Oh, now I understand suddenly what Gurudev meant by this." And it was so nice to see him again. And then we started following also his Java Dharma classes that he was giving, in the small room with the green curtains in Godruendweep. And there was a program with the light, I could see the light blue walls of Surabhi Kunj temple. And, I really felt this longing. And then we had these Java Dharma classes as well that we organized in our home. And he invited us, he was very specific. He said, "You should come, you should come." And if he would not have said this so specifically and so heartfelt, I would not have had the courage. We would not have had the courage to finally, I think, really decide to come, because it was like, we didn't know any devotees there. We knew a few devotees that we had contact with, and they were living in Vrindavan, but not there in Navadvip. And Madhukara, he had never been to India. I had been to Vrindavan a long time ago, 1999, but Madhukara had never been. And he said, "Oh, you should come. You should come first to Navadvip, and then go to Vrindavan." And and then first said, "Yeah, I'm going to go around, with the both of you, and we're going to visit all the places." And then after a few weeks, he said, "Yeah, well, I can't do this because of my health. You should go on parikrama, with Prem Prayojan Prabhu. He's organizing, and you should get in contact with him." And we did, we just felt this enormous trust that it would just be arranged. He said, "I'm going to arrange the cab. I'm going to pay beforehand. I'm going to make sure you have a nice room." Like, he was so welcoming. It was, we were looking at each other like, is this normal? That the sannyasi is like paying for a taxi and arranging everything. We felt, I don't know,
encouraged.
Encouraged,
Welcome.
but also welcome, but also like, don't we put too much of a strain on him, asking him too much, But he did. He was. It was so nice, and so we went, and after that we went to Vrindavan, and something had changed. Also, like it's funny. Madhukara is writing something down, and actually we started to build our spiritual confidence again, and this was something that I talked about with him when we were in January in Rindakund, because I had questions, about like, if you have complex trauma, it's very difficult to have trust, and it's difficult to surrender, and it's difficult to have confidence. And I was talking, to him about it, and he said, it's very important to, as a devotee, to have this spiritual confidence. So if you do your sadhana, if you do your rounds, in your reading and having association, your self-confidence will start to grow, and it's a much better confidence. And this was already started to happen when we came to visit him for the first time in 2024. And after that, Vrindavan also, we were received really nicely by devotees like Vrinda Devi. She was helping us, and Tungavidya, and Kiśora Mohan and Sudevi, and Savitri, and we met Vrindavan Felicini, and we had such a good time, and we, it really encouraged us. Then we came back, and we had some of course, we were all struggling. But anyway, we tried to read more, and Maharaj was encouraging us all the time, and not being like, I don't know, he was encouraging us by using his love. It was so unique to feel that, to have like encouragement by love, not by I don't know, like getting punished or we didn't feel like bad towards him, like we, well, in a way we did, because we felt, we wanted to please him, by trying to read more and do more and all these things. So it was a different way of trying or being encouraged. It was, I'm really happy that he showed me this, that it's possible in this way. And well, then, we heard that his health was going down, was getting worse. And yes, Madhukara already said, like, we were like, we have to go. And so we went in January, not realizing how cold it was then in India. And then he was sending us like, it's really cold. It's really cold here now. It's quite austere. But we had already booked the tickets. So it was like, oh Maharaj, we'll see, And then we heard afterwards from his really close to Saipurasa Manjari. We got in contact with her. She was so really nicely arranging everything for us as well. And we heard from her afterwards that, he said, they have to be treated like babies. He had said this to her. And
but as in that we needed to be taken care of. Yeah.
And so, he was very looking, like he was making sure that the rooms were clean and nice. Proper and nice. And there was like two rugs and,
and a heater.
A heater and big blankets and enough mattresses and like everything. He checked, double checked. And so we were there, and it was so nice. It was so, I cannot express the gratitude that I have to been able to be there for 3 weeks with him, and being so near and seeing his example, how he did his sadhana and how he was really pushing us, to appreciate also the parikrama, to not take it lightly, and to explain, and to go with us to all these places, and the places that he had been living or he had a very special relationship with. And in that way, it was very funny because like Madhukara was taking, second initiation, and I was like, I'm on the background, he's like the more important person, and like he's getting this extra relationship with Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, but actually Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, he pulled me in. He really did, and I was.
And also Satya.
And also Satya, so also our daughter. He also did the same with her, and he really reciprocated, in a very special way with us, and he allowed us, my daughter and I, to cook for him, and he expressed that he wanted to taste Western cooking, because he said, I'm from Canadian background and I've lived in England and Australia, and so but he couldn't take sugar anymore, and he couldn't take gluten. So we made apple pie for him, and pancakes we made, and scones, and we made baked potatoes, pizza,
Lasagna.
lasagna, and every time creating without the gluten, without the sugar. And he was so happy. He was so thankful, and he was like, "Why are you being so nice to me? Why are you cooking all these nice things?" But he was, it was so sweet, to be with him and he let us do this safe. I didn't feel like safe. I didn't feel he let us come so close to him, and he really brought Gurudev very close to me, because I really felt Gurudev's energy, Gurudev's love, Gurudev's teachings, and it was really astonishing. And after that, we came back, and I couldn't find my rhythm back, back in Holland. We were both struggling because we had such a special time, and I don't know what to say. I just have to see if I.
You have 2 minutes.
That's very good. I want to say one more thing. I know what I want to say. When we heard it on Friday, we were devastated, and there were already, I think, online programs starting, I think, with Madhukara Dāsa. But then there was, and then we really felt, we wanted to have some devotees, like personally, like real, in real time, real life. And there was a program in The Hague by Nityānanda Prabhu and Radha Priya. They organized this once a month. And we asked, if you could do like a remembrance program. And they said, yeah, of course, yeah, come. Do you want to speak? Well, we're not speakers, like we're, not used to it. So, okay, we're going to speak. Then we came there, and there was this big portraits of Gurudev, one of Bhaktivedanta Swami next to the altar. And then we had like a beautiful photograph of Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, being put in the middle. And we were asked like to sing also, to sing bhajans, in the group. And I was asked to sing Guru Arti, and I was asked to sing the
thing with all the places.
Yeah, Taruṇī. And I was like, and we were like, yeah, you have to go, you have to do this more, and and you have to start learning Madanga and all this. I was like, what's happening? Who's someone's pushing us? And I was thinking, of Ashram Maharaj. I think he also said, he was pushing, and I recognized this, this, like, he wants to he's still there, and he's pushing us forward.
Yeah, lovingly,
yeah. So, okay. Thank
you so much for both of your beautiful memories, and I hope next time I'm in the Netherlands I can see both of you.
Always welcome.
Yes.
Okay. Where in the Netherlands are you based?
We are, if you know Amsterdam, above Amsterdam is Alkmaar, and then we are a little bit more up from there. It's about an hour from Amsterdam by train.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, nice.
I think if we swim, we're quite close to England, actually.
Very good. Actually, my grandma is Dutch, but I'll tell you about that some other time.
Yeah. Would be
anyway.
nice to stay in contact, actually.
Yeah. Take my number from Indurekhā. Yeah. Jai. Very well.
Yes.
Okay. Next, we will go to Shriman Badara Prabhu. Jai. Hold on the what pronouns. Let me unmute you.
Haribol, everyone. Thank you for giving me the chance to speak. I'll offer some pranams before I begin. How much time do I have? 15 minutes, I think.
Yeah. But if you want to take slightly more time, that's fine.
Let's see how it goes.
Okay.
Okay.
Sure.
Om Agyana Timirandasya Gyananjana Salakaya Chakshurun Militam Jena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swamin Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pacharine Nirvisesha Sunyavadi Paskacha Desatarine Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Radhikai Priyatmane Sri Srimad Bhakti Vedanta Narayani Iti Namine Gurudeva Gaurachandaya Radhikai Tadalaye Kṛṣṇāya Kṛṣṇa Bhaktaya Tad Bhaktaya Namo Namah Shri Kṛṣṇa Chaitanya Prabhu Nityānanda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhaktavindam Hare Kṛṣṇa 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Vanchakalpatubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhyeva cha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Well, where to begin? First of all, I'll apologize for my voice. I lost my voice a couple of weeks ago, and it's just barely coming back, so bear with me. Where to begin? A week ago yesterday, my wife Lalita knocked on my door and woke me up, and she said, I have some bad news for you. And having lived a life where there's been plenty of bad news, I put my hand up and I said, hold on a minute. Give me a minute or two to really become conscious. And at which point she told me that Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja had departed this world. It's difficult for me to describe the depth of my relationship with Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja. I'm lucky to have some good friends amongst the devotees, particularly the older devotees who have always been very kind to me. I count Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja amongst them. Not that he's always been kind to me. Sometimes he's been pretty rough, actually, at different times, but that's always been to my advantage. But it took me pretty much the week to digest his departure. I was told that he gave a rather memorable class the day before his departure. And so I went straight to that class and listened to it, which was a bittersweet experience, sweet in the sense of listening to a voice that we're all so familiar with, a comforting, almost avuncular voice, meaning like a gentle uncle or father guiding us. How many times we've listened to his many recordings, Jaiva Dharma, all of Srila Gurudev's books, so many classes, Chaitanya Charitamrita. Maharaj was prolific in his output. And more than that, he was always concerned about the welfare of others. We sometimes used to joke with each other, comparing each other's qualities and differences. And he would say, oh, you're always doing things to help the devotees. And he says, I'm not doing anything. He says, I don't have that mood. And I had to say to him, well, I don't see it like that. I see that you're always helping everybody. You go out of your way with an infirm body at an advanced age to make the message of Srila Gurudev available to everyone. You're like our professor. You have such a command of the philosophy. And more than that, you have an ability to speak it in a way that makes it very, very accessible to everyone. I had never walked away from a class by Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja in a state of confusion. Everything is clearly laid out, quite well structured. This is one of the things that I like most about his presentations, how well thought out they were and how well structured they were. We both agreed that our minds worked in similar ways. So my relationship with Maharaj goes back quite a ways. Right back to the beginning, I suppose you could say. I met him after some time in Rup Sanatan Gaudiya Math. This was maybe in 1994 or 95. And I was looking to have darshan of Vrinda Devi, and I was directed to go to this temple. And so I went to the temple, and I was lucky to have darshan of Vrinda Devi, who everybody knows is there. And Maharaj came up to speak with me as an old friend. Of course, back then he wasn't named Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, he was named Narada Muni. Then with his association with Gurudev, that became Narada Muni. What was his next name? Nanda Kiśora, I think. Anyway, I said, whose temple is this? And he said, well, this is under the care of Narayan Maharaj. And being not really with it, I said, well, who is that? And he told me the story of Maharaj and how Maharaj had put our Srila Prabhupada into samadhi. And I was impressed by that. And we began talking, and he said, well, he's thinking of coming to the West. So Srila Prabhupada taught us that as householders, we should open our door to any sadhu who's coming, like his father would do quite often. Srila Prabhupada's father, he would invite sadhus to come and give blessings to Srila Prabhupada as a child. So he taught us that, and so I gave him my card, my business card. I gave Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja my business card, and I said, well, if you want, you can stay with us. I'm living in Bath in England, and we've got a good-sized house, so it would be wonderful to receive him. And I left India then, and I didn't think much about it after that, but then some months later, we got a call, are you still interested? And so in a way, I credit Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja with introducing me to Srila Gurudev, for which I'm eternally grateful. And the relationship that I had with Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja was quite varied over the years. We would have conversations that we both agreed were the best conversations that we had both had with anybody. And so every now and then we would get together and have long-winded conversations about deep topics, some of them personal, some of them all of them philosophical. And if you've ever had a friend that you can be yourself with, that was Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja for me. Be yourself with means not having to maintain any pretense or put on a show of piety or religious acceptability, but actually just being a human being who's struggling in the material world, trying to find his way back home, back to Godhead. And so with Maharaj, we were both able to meet each other at that common place, that open-hearted place, that place without judgment, that place of acceptance, of respect and care, which is not always to say that we agreed with each other. Oftentimes we didn't. And at different points along the way in our many years relationship, we would kind of get slightly annoyed with each other and take a break from each other, kind of let the steam off, reset the relationship. But whenever we then reunited, by phone call mostly, but sometimes in person, it was like we had never parted company. We dove right into deep and satisfying topics. So to lose such a friend is not an easy thing. I know that all of you have deep relationships with Maharaj, and I can't say that my relationship with him is any different or any better or anything more important than yours. But I can say that it's mine. It belongs to me. And so I'm very sad to lose him, to know that he won't be in my life, at least in this life, until I can really reach out to him on a spiritual level. When I watched his class on the Zoom recording that I mentioned earlier, where, as he's saying, Ramananda Roy, a huge clap of thunder comes as an applause to what he's saying. After watching that video, I had an instinctive reaction to immediately call him up. And that was a terribly sad moment, because in that moment of not being able to connect with him, I thought of all the things that I had missed, mostly due to my lack of attention or having regular, consistent contact. How many more things could we have talked about? How many things could we have shared? My mind went to that, what I've lost. But then I went to a place where I really heard him speaking to me, and we would sometimes talk like this to each other, kind of like on a mystical level in a way. And he said, well, what about all the things that we have together? What about all the things that we have shared? What about all the things that we can even now continue to share, but through mystical channels and under the auspices of our gurus? So I felt better for that. That was very nice. And I think that that was consistent with who he is. I say who he is, not in the past tense, but in the present tense, because he's still with us. I believe that Maharaj is a very great example. I wrote down here that I thought that he was a perfect example. And then I had to write, well, how perfect is perfect? But that's a conversation that I don't like having about anybody. But for me, he was perfect enough. He was somebody who came from something of a similar background, Western person, musician, something of a hippie, educated. And yet he came from that, and he dove in and he gave his life to preaching and teaching and being an advocate for the holy name. He was such an advocate for the holy name. It was all we ever heard of from him. Chant. Are you chanting a lakh a day? No, then do 32 rounds a day, and so on. There was a point at which I was meant to report to him how much I was chanting every day. I didn't sustain that very long because it got a little tedious, but that was his care for my spiritual development. So he was always there for everyone. He was always encouraging. And I say he's perfect enough for me because how he lived, all those years in Vrindavan, all those years doing bhajan, all those years putting up with so many inconveniences to pursue his bhakti, his practice of bhakti. I can say a lot more about him. You all know about these things, his japa retreats, pioneering that and creating space for people to really go in and deeply associate with the holy name, offering them guidance and support. His classes, his innumerable classes, recordings. Again, a very prolific person. I had a little inclination that he was going to be leaving not too long ago. Of course, we all knew that Maharaj had health problems. I've heard the other speakers talk about his health problems, which were quite serious, really. But he had a rather cavalier attitude toward the physical body. I remember he told me one story that some Didi was getting ready to leave her body, and she was tenuous about it. She was nervous. What will it be like? What will I face? What will I go through? These are the kinds of things that she was asking him. And he told me that he told her, what are you worried about? Don't you know the philosophy? Don't you know you're eternal? Don't you know you're going to shed the body like you shed an old piece of cloth? You have nothing to worry about. You're going to be picked up and held by Srila Gurudev and Srila Prabhupada. And so on the one hand, he had that really deep and determined affection to embolden everyone. And on the other hand, he sometimes had this rather forceful way of expressing it, which could leave people a little bit confused. So he wasn't on the surface perfect. He had his human imperfections, but that's what attracted us to him as well. That's what made him relatable as a human being. So as I was saying that, I had intimations that he was going to leave sometime soon, because he said to me, he said in a conversation, he said, Budhara, I've gone as far as I can go. And I said, well, what do you mean? He said, I think I'm as complete as I can be. It's time to move on. And so I think that he had a sense that his time here in this world was coming to an end, but he dealt with it with the composure of a sage. Nothing really affected him. And when I say that he is a perfect example, what I mean is that he's living in Radhakund. He wakes up early in the morning. He's not feeling well. He takes some medication. He lays back down, and then he departs the world with a smile on his face and a glint in his eye, as though he's had darshan of something really tremendous and wonderful. I could go on and on and on about Maharaj. I think most especially I want to just say at least that he had a very unique relationship with Srila Gurudev. He was keen as keen can be in terms of getting everything he possibly could from Gurudev. So, how I'm left with a sense of loss, but also a sense of happiness for him, happiness for me, in that when I listen to his recordings, I'm going to be listening now with probably greater intensity to see what I've missed and to try to catch up with where he was at. I think we're incredibly lucky as devotees. We're especially as devotees of Bhaktivedanta Narayana Maharaj, because he has set up for us a sangha of extraordinary personalities. Where do you meet great personalities anymore in the Kali Yuga? Where can you find someone who's given his life not just to God, but to the intimate understandings of the highest aspect of the Godhead? These are very, very rare persons. I think Maharaj's departure has given me a sense of also being careful and respectful and thirsty for more of that kind of association. How can I be with the devotees? How can I celebrate what special persons they are? And indeed they are. And Maharaj, in my mind, in my heart, has a lasting place of affection. I hope he blesses me, puts a good word in for me, picks me up again, and guides me to the place that we all want to go to. So I guess you could say the loss of a real friend is not an easy loss. And I've had a couple in the last couple of years. We should count our blessings. Vanchakalpatubhyascha kripa sindhubhyevacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Thank you for letting me say some words about Maharaj.
Thank you for taking the time to share with all of us. And it's always so nice to hear from you, even in these circumstances. Okay, we will go on next to the Ganga Matas. Let me find Kamala. Here we go. So the Ganga Matas will speak, and then if there's time, I'll say something. Okay. Let me see. I think Kamala on here is Kamala of the Ganga Matas. But if it's not, can you let me know? Thank you. I'm just going to try to contact her. Okay.
Hang
Bye.
on. Let me come in the light a bit. Hi, everyone. Hi. How are you? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm
Okay.
just a bit tired, so I'm a bit
Has it
slow.
been a long day?
Yeah, we're coming up to 5 hours.
Wow. Wow, amazing. Nice
Yeah.
saver. I'll try not to put you to sleep, Taruṇ. Oh, someone get him a drink, a cup of tea. Okay. So, am I? Shall I go, or what's the story?
Yeah. Go for it.
Yeah. Okay. Agyantamarandasya Ganandana Salakaya Chakura Militamdina Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Offering my Sastat Dandavat Pranam, lotus feet of our dear most beloved Gurudev, Nityānanda Prabhu, Vishnupāda Paramahamsa Sapajaja Charja Shotita Shishma Bhaktivedanta Naranga Samraj, our entire Gaudiya Rupanuga Guru Varga. I'd like to pay my Dandavat to Taruṇ and all the Bhakti crew there, Bhakti Zoom crew who are putting on this Zoom program. And well, it's the epitome of perfection to worship the Vaishnavas. So all glories for you. I'm not going to feel sorry that you're tired. I'd like to put my 2 pence in, although I haven't actually seen Maharaj for a super long time, but he was instrumental for us when we began. Why? Well, other than actually coming to our temple, which was in East Ham, it was our first kind of official space that we were doing programs. He came and he stayed with us, and he was just fresh brahmachari at that time, and we were all girls temple, and it was only a 2-bedroom house in East Ham. But he just moved in literally and stayed for quite some time. Sita was in Brazil at that time, and everybody in our temple was getting a cold. And I remember coming down. And there was a bottle there of echinacea, and someone had told me that echinacea is really good for colds. So I didn't know about it. So I just literally swigged the bottle, which was about, it was a regular size kind of bottle, and I just downed that bottle. And because I couldn't afford to get sick, because I had to go Kiśora, I had to put all the programs on. And so I just necked that bottle. And then about half an hour later, Marge come downstairs and says, "Has anyone seen my echinacea?" And I was like, "Oh, sorry, Marge." He just put his stuff in with our stuff. This was something I liked about our sannyasis or our preachers, but they regarded the mat as home, and they come in and put their stuff in, and they call it. I remember Śrīpāda Mahārāja saying, "Oh, where's the centre?" And I thought he meant the centre of London, so I said, "Oh, it's about another hour from here." And he went, "An hour?" And he said, "The centre's an hour." And then I realised he was meaning the centre, meaning the mat, meaning that's the centre. And I said, "Oh, our centre." "Yes, the centre," he said. "That's the centre, not London." And then I was like, "Oh, yeah, this centre where Gurudev is giving his mercy, where the Vaishnavas are giving their mercy, this is the centre of everything." And so they felt like it was their home. So he'd put his medicine with our medicine in the kitchen. And actually, I became perfectly fine. I didn't get the cold at all. Marge stayed with us, and he was very, very strong with us and strict. And he was carrying. You see, these are sannyasis and our preachers. They just carry this mood of Gurudev in their heart. It's this kind of intermediate association, which is so essential because we couldn't always be with Gurudev. But Gurudev said to us, "I'll send my preachers to you." And so when they came, it was like Gurudev was coming. It was like Gurudev's tangible form that can come and live in your house and leave their echinacea in the kitchen. It was this tangible form, but the strength of Guru and his conceptions were all there. And also the demand was there for you to come up to that level that they were on, basically. They were demanding us just girls to, come on, get with the program. Know your Siddhanta, know your verses. Why don't you know this verse? And he was like hammering it home to us. Later, he became quite sweet and softly spoken. And he also would invite people to speak. And I noticed the change. This was some years later. This is about, I don't know, 7 years later or something. And I said to Maharaj, "Oh, Maharaj, you're very sweet these days. You're very soft. Before, you were always hammering us to know different points of Siddhanta. And now you're kind of opening it up to the audience." And he turned around and he looked at me. "What do you mean?" he said. I said, you used to say to us, like, what are the different types of gyan? And he went, "What are the different types of gyan?" And I was like, oh. And straight away I was like put on the spot again to know tapatata, tampadata, yes, Brahma, Aikya Gyan, all these different types of gyan. He's back there teaching us. He was like a teacher. And he was teaching us to come up to this standard. Obviously, we're far from that standard, but just the thought that someone's thinking we could become that standard was very, very encouraging for us. And that's what the preachers were holding in their heart. Gurudev's mood that, yes, you, ordinary person, you should also get with the program. You should also try your hardest to know Siddhanta, to make this, this brain a little bit stronger, less weak. And you should also start the process surrendering. So for me, this was just, he was a jewel for this. And also he was a jewel because he was from the West. He'd had an ordinary life, as it were, married, etc. Something that you think, oh, I can relate to. And also something that he shared with me, which was very inspiring, was that he said, me and you, Kamala, we've suffered in life. And because we've suffered in life, when we've come to Krishna consciousness, we're like looking on our shoulder to see Maya. So he was saying that he was talking about his own son, Gopī, and he was saying that Gopī, he's got so much bhakti in his heart naturally. And also he's so chill and he's so relaxed because he's got a good karma and his mind's peaceful and he doesn't really suffer so much. But he's got so much wealth in his heart. He knows all the kirtans, he knows Mridanga, and he knows how to speak Hindi. And he's just, he was really glorifying his son. But he said, but me and you, we don't have any of those things, he said. But what me and you do have is this urgency. We have this feeling that Maya's just on our shoulder. And because of that, we have to keep going forward. And I really, really related so much to that. And for Maharaj to share that with me, that we had a similar background, made me think, yes, then I just keep your eye on the fish and keep moving forward. Don't turn around and look at where you were, because Maya's there ready to catch you. But if you just keep going forward, just this desire to keep moving, then Gurudev is looking after you. And we can see in his life, and obviously in his death, that's when you can really notice how sincere somebody was. Wow, Radhakunda, a really simple, giving class in the morning, up at 3 a.m, doing his regular chanting, and then bang, and already burnt, gone. It's a perfect thing. So that was my thing. I wanted to share my gratitude to him, and I wanted to put my head on the ground, and I want to say to him that I'm going to take his mercy and keep going. And actually, that was the last thing Gurudev said to me in Russia in 2010. When I had a moment with him in a darshan, and there was a silence, and he was staring at me, and I just thought I'll stare back, and we had a bit of a stare out, me and Gurudev, for a little while, and then he stopped, because he was like thinking I was Russian. We used to have this kind of leela, we didn't actually know who I was, so he was like saying I was Russian, and could I speak Russian, and I was just like, if you want me to. And I was just looking at him in the eyes. I thought, I'm not going to look away. And then we had this moment. And then he looked, for the last time, looked at me, and he just said, keep going. So I'm taking that deeply. Again, it's underlined with Maharaj for me in my own personal journey. I know I shouldn't be here in this illustrious path of the Raganuga Bhaktas, but I'm just going to be like that dog, keep going forward. And I take that instruction and I share it because I think it's for anyone who can relate to being, you know, the dog of the Pandavas. You know, that if you just keep going, give this one life to me, see what I can do with it. So we were like this, chances. So I'm Maharaj's wonderful personality in my life that's helped me so much, and but not as much maybe as Sudevi. And I'd like to share. She'd like to share a story with Maharaj, who I'll let her say. It's more fun. Go, Sudevi.
Haribol. Okay. Om Jnana-timirandasya Gananjana Salakaya Chakshun Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. I want to offer my obeisances to my most worshipful Diksha Gurudev, Nityānanda Prabhu, Vishnupada, Stota Satashya Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj. Haribol. Yeah, when I came to the temple, actually the first program on the day I arrived was with Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja at Yashashvini Didi's house. And yeah, he was very nice welcoming me and saying, hey, Sudevi, you're here now. And another remembrance, small one I had was, do you remember this time when we were putting posters up for the parikram on the walls and everywhere, and Gurudev and Vrindavan was like pink posters with a tilak, remember those? And I put them over the, how you say, sewage? Over the, I put them over there, and Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja was behind me, and he said like, oh, you're doing this very nicely, but just don't put them over the sewage, put them somewhere else. And from this, I always remember, I was thinking, I guess that's how you're supposed to talk to people. First you say the nice thing, and then you go like, but do it differently, so I don't get offended. And yeah, but actually, one time Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, she saved my life because we were in Mayapur. You know, when we take the ferry, when and all the Bengalis, they were pushing a lot, and they were standing on this bridge, and basically the sannyasis, they were making like a barrier so that they couldn't come to the place, you know, all at the same time where they took the boat. At the Ghat. At the Ghat, yeah. Thanks. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Navadvip to Mayapur, and so when they were opening, they were pushing, like so many of them were pushing, and there were stairs, and I was falling down at the stairs, and there were like, I don't know how many, but so many Bengalis were falling on top of me, and I couldn't get up anymore. And I just thought, okay, that's it. You know, that was the last minute of my life. I was completely not moving anymore until Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, he took his sannyas danda and he stuck it inside this crowd which was lying on top of me, right? And I was so perplexed that I was like not moving. I saw the danda, but I already gave up, you know. It was just like, and then he like basically shouted from outside. He's just like, hold on, like this, you know. And this completely like woke me up, and then I hold on to the danda, and he like pulled me out basically. And yeah, just a little bit like what Kamala said just now, I was thinking, you know, because when I heard that Maharaj left, I thought like, for God's sake, Sudevi, why did he save your life? So you're just wasting it? I don't think he saved your life because of that, you know. And then what you just said, you know, what Gurudev told you, not to give up and keep going. And he shouted at me, hold on, you know, like, and I think like hold on to association, like no matter like how crap you might think you are, it doesn't matter, man. like just like hold on, you know, like there's always something anybody can do. Everybody can do something, you know, just hold on.
Yeah, yeah. How
And
prolific.
yeah, and yeah, they're giving so much to Vaishnavas. Don't waste his life, I was thinking to myself. And also, like, you know, generally when people leave, I'm always thinking like, man, you're supposed to do this with this person, you were not in contact with this person, now it's too late, you idiot. But with the Vaishnavas, okay, a little bit I'm also thinking, man, he saved my life and I didn't, you know, I also wasn't in touch and stuff like this for a long time. But there's always like with the Vaishnavas there's a difference like with normal people, because with them their teaching is always like there, and they leave something for us behind. That's the amazing thing. It's very like a treasure, the Vaishnavas' life, because they live by example. And if you just remember them and what they teach and what they say, it gives you something for eternity. So it's
Every
nothing.
time you remember them.
Yeah, and it's nothing lost, you know. It's like you can still, with another person, they're gone, it's over. But with the Vaishnavas, like, you know, you can still receive something from their life. It's so beautiful and giving. And yeah, so yeah, sorry, I continue now here with Manju sitting next to me. But yeah, I'm just grateful to Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, and I just hope that I can honor this, what he shared with me and how he helped me. And yeah, I mean, I was also thinking.
Tridaṇḍī, and he
Yeah, I thought that was interesting also, that he could have saved me another way. He saved me with his danda. It's also quite a deep. Anyway, I continue.
And giving danda.
Yeah.
Because he could give danda, Maharaj. He was very sweetly spoken.
Yeah.
He was also strong.
Yeah.
As well. Yeah.
Yeah, and he really had to shout that at me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have just stayed there.
No, he had the power to shout.
Yeah,
Definitely.
it's very powerful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is great, isn't it?
Yeah.
We need that, don't we? The shout.
I needed that. Otherwise, I would have just be dead by now. Here, Manju. Jai Haribol. Wait. Haribol, Jai Dandavat. Omayanatimirandasya Ginanjana Salaka Chakshurumilitam Jena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. Jai. Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja. Jai. So, actually, when I remember Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, one of the first things that pop up is his japa, how he would always do his japa retreats. Unfortunately, I never went on one of them. But remembering Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, it reminds me of how I want to chant more, and actually I want to go deeper in my chanting, and it inspires me again. Since last week, I would say, I again try to be more focused on my chanting and remember that more. And yeah, I don't know if Kamala already mentioned about the time when Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja stayed with us some time ago. Kamala, did you?
In East Town,
Yeah.
mentioned. Yeah, I didn't say about Plasto.
About what?
In East Town, I said.
Yeah. So, well, Kamala already mentioned something about Mahārāja staying with us. And yeah, at that time I was there, and I think I was just like 16, 17.
Yeah.
And but Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, he didn't mind. He still taught me to speak also something on Advaita Acharya's appearance day. And actually at that time I didn't know at all who was Advaita Acharya. But I got to know that this is Advaita Acharya, and he's the one that called, or actually roared, for Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, or for Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to come. And so loud that and Narayan's throne shook in Vaikuntha. And so that's what I remember learning at that time, because Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja asked me to speak. And
yeah, I was actually completely, massively shy to speak, so much so that even on like any Sunday program, if I had to just walk through the temple room, I would be like first like cry in a corner for like half an hour and fight with someone, so that I was trying not to go through the temple room. But Maharaj, he actually taught me to sit and speak, and so grateful for that. Also, I remember him teaching us slokas. I still remember this was around the same time he taught us. He made us learn this Vedanti Tattva Vidas Tattvam Yaj Jnanam Advayam Brahmeti Brahmati Paramatmeti Bhagavan Iti Sabjate. I remember him teaching this, and actually since then I didn't forget this verse actually, and every other verse that I forget that I learn, I forget, but this one somehow always stayed. So I think that, yeah, it's it was quite powerful, his way of giving us this impression and teaching us the teachings of Mahaprabhu and, you know, the mission of our Guru Parampara. And the last thing I wanted to just say was that recently I was reading from the morning walk, was one darshan with Srila Gurudev, and in that darshan, Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, he asked Gurudev that one time you told me that I should be more than a Gyan Bhakta. And then Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, he said that time I asked you, how is this possible? And then Gurudev told him that you are like clay. I can mold you in any shape that I want. And then Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja said, but up to now I still don't understand what you meant with that. And then Gurudev looked at him and said, Gurudev told him that if you follow my instructions, then I will make you the Adasi of Srimati Radhika. Wow. So I find that very relevant to, as now at the end, he actually left in Radhakund, isn't it? So yeah, by following Gurudev's instructions, which he did, then now it's a glorious passing, and definitely Dasi of Srimati Radhika, isn't it? So yeah, that's what I wanted to share. Something.
Yeah, what is not possible by the mercy of Guru.
Well, it's not possible by the mercy of Guru. Yeah, isn't it? He showed that by example, by following instructions of Sri Guru, and yeah, praying that I also can get more determination to follow instructions of Sri Guru. Jai.
Sorry.
Okay, so thanks so much back to Zoom crew for that, and lots of love to everyone. My pranam. Is that our time over actually?
We're still connected.
I don't know. Is my connection okay?
Oh, yeah. It just started cutting out, and I wasn't sure, like, when you finished speaking and when, or is it my connection? I don't know. No, your connection's definitely bad as well. But if you can hear me, thank you so much. I'm glad we got you, and I hope to visit you all soon. But somehow I'm always busy, even though I have no job. But I want to come see you all soon. So Dandavat pranams to you all. And your yurt looks amazing as well. Oh, you're on mute. Let me unmute you.
Yeah, come. We just had a kirtan program in here, for just for the local people, and it's warm, so we're in here at the moment. But I'm thinking, why not have a japa retreat?
It's true.
Yeah, in his honor. If anyone would like, they can use this facility, to do that for free. Yeah.
That would be awesome.
Yeah, it's a great facility for japa retreat. You just go walking over the mountains. jappering away.
Sounds great. Sounds great.
So lots of love to everybody, and thanks so much, Taruṇ. You do good. Yeah, you're always busy. It's true. You don't need a job.
I'm not well enough to have a job. But yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there. Jai, Dandavat Pranam.
Jai, lots of love. Okay.
Haribol.
Haribol.
Okay. Jai. Okay, so now we'll come to the end of our program, but I'll try and speak something. Although, yeah, I feel somewhat baffled and so many different emotions today and yesterday. But I will try to say something. Om Jnana-timirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurmilitam Jena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. So I first encountered Śrīpāda Bhaktivedanta Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, like many others, through his recordings of Jiva Dharma, because I was living in Brighton and had just come into the association of devotees, and there was one devotee who listened to audiobooks all the time, just like you'd walk into his flat and he'd be playing them. And so I came across this Jiva Dharma. I got into this Jiva Dharma, and I didn't even know who Maharaj was. And then I came to know about him, and then finally I got to meet him. Actually, the only time in person was around 6 years ago, just before Guru Purnima in Navadvip, which friends Prakāśātmā Prabhu and Ananta Kṛṣṇa Prabhu both mentioned. This time I think it was really special for all of us when we went. We went and saw him and Tapasvi Maharaj, and I remember just being I don't know, it just left such a deep impression upon me, just being there with him, just visiting him, like seeing both of them. I'd already met Tapasvi Maharaj a few times before, but seeing them both like situated in the Dham, you know, I was just like, because I didn't know that many Western sannyasis then, and I was just so inspiring to me, and I just knew his voice, and so it was kind of strange to hear him give Kathā, because I only knew his voice from reading these audiobooks. And Maharaj has like quite a distinctive voice and distinctive way of speaking, like almost, to use a musical term, staccato. Everything is quite clearly pronounced, and sometimes it feels like there's a pause between each word when he speaks. So I was like, when I heard him give Harikatha there in person, I was like, wow, this is the voice of Jiva Dharma. And I told him that was my thought recently, and he found that quite funny. So that was nice. And then latterly we did we started Bhakti Zoom. Well, I say I was there on the journey of the start of Bhakti Zoom, and then somehow Zoom Parikram became a concept, became a notion of something that we might do. And then I was, there with him, and he gave me so much mercy, and he gave me so much instruction. We had this phone call around that time, and I took notes from it, and he told me, it was in 2021, it must have been November, so it must have been Vrindavan Parikram, and he gave me all of these different instructions, but he said Kṛṣṇa is throwing you a line, and that Kṛṣṇa is giving you this opportunity to step up, and that I shouldn't abuse my fortune. And he was like, you know, because I was so new in Bhakti, and still am, but just really had such little bearings, and he just helped me navigate, you know, by saying these things, you know, that, you know, I shouldn't just consider, you know, oh, I'm doing this. I should like take this opportunity that I have. And he was always so eager for all of us to just do more, to give more, to go deeper. He was pushing us all to go deeper. And yeah, and then recently, like, we had some hiatus with Bhakti Zoom after Srimanya Shodanandan Prabhu left his body. And then I think Yashadari and I realized that we need to restart. And he was just there immediately, like immediately before, even before Kartik Parikram, he was just there. And just Kartik Parikram, Zoom Parikram was so special with him. Just so many sweet memories. We don't have time, but like it was just so many funny things. He was making fun of my hair all the time because he really wanted me to tie it up. So he was making fun of me all the time. And then there was one time before we started that I was drying my hair with a t-shirt on my head, and he was like it was before we actually started the Zoom, he was like, Taruṇ, it looks like there's underpants on your head or something like that. So he was making fun of me again. And then he was like, he was tech savvy and not tech savvy. So he had Śrīpāda Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, which he sort of roped into doing Kartik Parikram as well, Zoom Parikram. And they would be in the same room but on different cameras, and it seemed like almost like some slapstick thing going on between them. And sometimes like neither of them would have their mics on, or both of them would have their mics on, and it was like, yeah, it was just such sweet memories. And he would also like annoy Yashadari a little bit, which was very sweet. And yeah, and Yashadari would sort of argue with him a little bit, not seriously, but in her way, about how we should be doing Bhakti Zoom. But he always liked to get his way, and he seemed to always get it in the end. Now I look back on the last year, and then lastly we had Navadweep Zoom Parikram. And then just before and as it was starting, it was evident that my grandmother was getting more and more ill. Um, and then it became evident she was going to pass away. I had to call him to talk about something. And he was telling me, he was like helping me, like, oh, what I should do for her. And he was saying, oh, I should like put Tulsi in her mouth. And I was like, oh, I can't really do that. And he was telling me how when his father was passing away, he went and took a Tulsi leaf and threw it under his bed, and no one saw him except for his father, who gave him like a death stare or something. And but it didn't say anything, and it's just like, it just felt evident. It just felt like evidence of like how he was always like seeing, just on a moment by moment basis, what he could do to like serve all the living entities that were coming into his orbit. And yeah, he he just he told me many things, some of them funny, some of them serious. I really don't know what we're gonna do without his physical presence. Like he was so deeply attached to the Dham, and I just basically had almost nothing to do on Zoom Parikram, because in these last 2 times, except just show up and listen to the Harikatha, because he was just on it. He was just had everything covered. And yeah, I'm missing him deeply, but I'm simultaneously so grateful of all the time I had with him, of the association I had. You know, he gave so much so readily. And one thing that he said so many times on the last Zoom Parikram was, he said to me, "Kiss, keep it simple, stupid." And I think, you know, that wasn't an instruction for how we're going to do this Zoom Parikram, but I think that's, for me going forward, that I have to keep it simple, not overcomplicate things. I know what he'd want from me, and it's now my duty to go and follow his transcendental desires. Vancha kalpa tarubhyascha kripa sindhupa eva cha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Jai Haribol. So he also requested that we sing Mahamantra at the end of every program for Navadweep Parikram, because he said this is how Srila Gurudev ends it. So we're going to end each day. So I will hand over to Nityānanda Prabhu, but before then, I am just going to very quickly thank everyone involved. So a deep thank you to Yashodhari Didī for doing much organization as usual. Also to Sriman Madhukara Prabhu, American Madhukara, who also helped us and teamed up with us and is making time for so many different devotees to speak remembrances on his morning programs. Also to Nityānanda Prabhu and Taruṇī Gopī Didī, who have helped organize, reached out to different devotees, Sankirtan and MC'd. So thank you so much to both of them. To Madhumaṅgala Prabhu, who also MC'd, to Nalini Didi, who and Sankirtan, to Nalini Didi, who also Sankirtan, to all of our speakers who I won't name because they're all there on the video, so just, yeah, they all come up. And we've gone too long anyway, far too long. Nah, too brief, actually, too brief. So to all our speakers headed by our Sanyasgan, and to all our listeners as well, our dear most Śrīpāda Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, who has given us so much. Jai. So I'll hand over to you now, Nityānanda Prabhu.
Jai. Thank you for speaking so nicely about Maharaj and helping close this event. So We'll sing one melody that Maharaj he used to like a lot, and was also Gurudev's preferred melody. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Jaya Prabhupada 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 Gora Haribol 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 Nitai Gora Haribol Nitai Gora Haribol Haribol Nitai Gora Haribol Jaya Vrindavanadam Jaya Vrindavanadam Vrindavanadam Jaya Vrindavanadam Jaya Vrindavanadam Jaya Vrindavanadam Jaya Vrindavanadam Jaya Vrindavanadam Jaya Giri Raja Jaya Govardhana 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 Jaya Radha Kunda Jaya Shama Kunda 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 Jaya Navadvipdam Jaya Mayapur Dham Navadvipdam Jaya Mayapur Dham Jaya Navadvipdam Jaya Mayapur Dham Navadvipdam Jaya Mayapur Dham Nitai Gaura Haribol 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 Nitai Gaura Haribol Nitai Gaura Haribol 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 Nitai Gaura Haribol Nitai Gaura Haribol
Vancha kalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhaya vacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo